Face buried in her chest. Oh, great. She's already fucking ugly crying, Nick! Oh my goodness! Oh my gosh!
There.
She's already ugly crying. Look at this. Look at the description. Face buried in chest. Her body shaking with sobs as she holds onto my shoulders with gloved hand. She's ugly crying already. Oh my goodness.
Hey, come on. It only made Rosa cry.
Masaka. Oh my god.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! I love. Hold on, wait. I loved her faces though. Oh! Knockable straight look like the monkey neuron activation meme. Just oh! Yeah! Let's go! We'll start off as a fucking hunch. Ah, vindication, baby. Let's go! Yeah! I feel so good.
Cengiz.
Yes.
You don't have the other part of the answer.
Okay.
Why are they hunting down the baby?
Well, we'll get to that, but at least I called one thing though, that Yuta's the dad. So that's all that matters to me at the moment.
You got validation and it went to your head.
Exactly. I'll take it.
There was Sonic Dream Team.
Huh.
She was like the catalyst character in that one.
Oh, she was. Okay.
Yeah, Eggman abducted her.
Ah.
That does not sound good out of context.
No. I'm gonna need a lot of context there, man.
He wanted to enter her. That's also worse.
Ava. All right. She a pretty girl. Oh! What are you doing, woman?
The name's
The first person point of view goes to the fucking snake. Look at the smile, snake. No, buddy. Our excuse to style as we stand there sheepishly, trying not to catch each other's eyes. Eye! Singular eye, not plural eye! Fuck! I'm dyslexic! Jesus Christ! The angles are just nods. A sly smile blows. Fuck me! I can't read, Nick! I can't read! Damn it! A smile splitting their face as they turned back to their trimming.
It did, and
No.
that's why most of our founding one of the reasons a lot of our founding fathers were deists. Who are now full-on Christians.
Wait. I'm fighting a ghost? Wait.
Kick that ghost ass. Whoop that ghost ass.
Why are there ghosts in Yakuza all of a sudden? Okay, I'm not. That's kind of fun.
Cengiz! This is Yakuza! Of course there will be some shenanigans!
Nick's bang on that assessment, big fish. Also, just noticed the art style change. Starting to see a bit more humanoid proportions on these girls, and I don't know. Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Right now,
it's fine as is, but Nick, that one page you showed me of Sally, oh my goodness.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
Know.
45, huh?
I love Snake when he sees the gun.
His eyes.
Do you like it?
He really is a gun nut. He immediately sees the gun. Hold on, smoking's lame. Oh my
and the
gosh.
interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized.
Oh my goodness, Snake, buddy. I wonder if Rosa wouldn't mind coming along. The three of us hanging out sounds like fun. Fang's next message stops me dead. Just you,
Wow,
though.
Anak, you're a fucking moron.
Just you, though. Don't bring Rosa or Weepsaurus. Wait. Just me? What's with her? Oh my gosh, he's so dense. He's so dense.
Fucking moron.
He's
You're
so
a fucking
dense.
idiot.
He's so dense. First just one Rosa and Stella hanging around band practice, but now this? If I didn't know better, I say Fang was. Ah! Okay, I could do Jeffrey. Well, I'm not sorry to.
I mean, well, not Sonic the Hedgehog, love. At least not since the last time I checked, that is.
No, see, if you're doing Jeffrey and I'm doing Sally, it's just gonna make things even more uncomfortable than it is.
Yeah, let's do it!
What are you doing here? And what's with this strong arm stuff? I thought we were friends.
I thought we were more. Chelsea, clip that!
Are you there, Changus?
I'm really invested. So
yeah, I can tell. It's like, we were talking about checking. You're just there, like, oh no, I need to rent. No, Utah, you're being a moron.
Damn it. He found us.
who found us? Oh, that's right, Bugman.
Yeah. The pain.
Oh gosh. It's the Exorcist too. Fuck. Ah. He's swatting them away with his gun tricks. That's great. Oh, I love it. Ooh, not a pretty look. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, I have to pause again. I asked you, Ray, would you be mad if I sent you a Bears jersey, and you haven't answered. You're avoiding the question. He's avoiding the question, Nick.
Hold on, Chase. Let me.
Yes.
Actually, give me a second. Let me examine your thought process really quick. You're willing to pay whatever for a Bears jersey to send it to Ray to get mad for him to pay money, which might be less than the jersey you paid for to get the 40 to pay for the flesh.
Economics 100, baby. Let's go. It's the art of the deal.
I am clipping this. I am clipping this.
Art of the deal, baby. My mic. Fuck. I put my arm. Hold on. Did I break skin? No, I didn't. Oh my goodness. Instead, I squeeze her tighter against me, feeling the not insignificant weight of her breast. Hold on.
I'm guessing the mod maker has
Listen.
some ideas.
Listen. I don't wanna write anything off just yet, but so far, at least this stream, the writing very much feels it's straight Hulk-Nick. It feels like straight Captain Hulk.
It does feel like straight Hulk.
It's like, I don't know, man. It feels like you just want to get back with I forgot her name. It's like that you keep talking about her thigh gap. Yes, exactly. That's my favorite part about a woman. The clear visible lack of a penis between their
The
legs.
clear visible lack of a penis.
There we go! Okay. Now give me a camo.
The pain.
And what about the pain?
The pain.
Oh! You blew up?
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
no,
I'm not trying to discredit that.
Yeah, no, I'm not discrediting any of like the changes George made retroactively to Star Wars. I just find it really like just fascinating how like just years after like the original Star Wars movies came out, George just kept coming back wanting to like add more to it because like his in his mind like his ideal vision just kept changing. It's just neat, you know. Like it's the mind of an artist. It's the mind of an artist who's like constantly wants to like you know I could have done better with my previous art piece. So but now with modern technology, I can finally make the ideal version. So
Well, I think out of all the filmmakers in Hollywood, George is such a unique filmmaker in terms of he was an artist who had the ability to go back and redo stuff because he had
Chelsea? All right.
he had the money at the Capitol and pretty much the creative grip over Star Wars.
Yeah, not like I always like to say it's my favorite thing ever. The Fox giving him the merchandising rights to Star Wars, effectively making him complete owner of one of the biggest media franchises ever. like because of the complete ownership, like George was just allowed to flourish with the brand.
Yeah.
Like during the original trilogy, in between, and then during like the prequels.
I'll be great, guys.
And even like after the prequels, up until you decide to sell it. You know, after Shockwave convinced him to sell.
Hey
Star
man,
Wars, right?
Disney was offering a lot of money. All right, so.
Oh come on! But we have actual footage of Shockwave. Being part.
How much was the deal again?
It was like $2 billion.
Yeah, $2 billion.
Hold on, I'm looking this up real quick. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't want to just do Google AI. Hold on.
It's a ridiculous amount of money. Like,
I guess Wikipedia is good enough. Like 4-point-something billion, 4-point-something dollar. Yeah, 4.05 billion dollars.
Yeah, there's no way that they have managed to recoup that loss.
No.
No.
Because they bought. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Magic.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just remember, they bought that for $4 billion, and then they bought Fox, and I'm sure they bought a whole bunch of other stuff for a lot of billions.
Has Disney made back any money from those deals at all?
Yeah, they're dying.
I don't think they made back the Marvel money.
Really?
Purchased back in 2009.
What? Wow.
I call bullshit on that one. They made that money back.
That's wild to think that they haven't made back the Marvel money. Hold on. Let me actually.
I don't think so. I think they definitely made that
Hold
one
on.
back.
How much
'Cause, like,
did
I could be wrong, but like
Disney
like
pay for Marvel? Let me look this up. How much did they pay?
$4 billion?
$4 billion for Marvel.
because like I'm not 100% sure. Like a lot of it, yeah, like a lot of it went back to paying off, like paying back
Mm-hmm.
the loss. Because I think around that time, like Disney, the parks weren't doing the best, so they were pumping money into the parks.
Okay. Hold on, let me see something here. Hold on. How much money has the MCU made? Let's see here. About $31.806 billion. Especially with like Endgame and all that. So they probably, so like with the MCU, they could afford to pay off the Marvel money.
But remember, those money. But you have to also remember.
Yeah,
You have to
I know.
you
There's
have to factor in the costs.
yeah, no. There's a lot of factors and all that too that goes in. But like, so I'm just curious. Like to think that like for what, more than a decade now, they still haven't, and despite how successful the MCU is, they haven't made back their Marvel money. Is like, it's wild. That's wild.
Because part of it is also just like how much they also spent just investing into it. Because like they like, okay, so you got the Phase 1 movies. They spent quite a bit of it to finish Hulk, like just finishing the Incredible Hulk, Thor.
This one was more when because Hulk came out the same year as Iron Man 1.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah, so like so it would probably be Iron Man 2 / Thor 1, because Thor 1 and Captain America came out in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And Iron Man 2 was like 2010.
Iron Man 2? Was that 2010? Let me see. Yeah, 2010.
Yeah, that was 2010. Yeah. And then eventually, as the years went on, all the slates became bigger, because then they had to keep planning for the next for the next like 7 years. So it's a case of eventually, as in hindsight, they've got back the money for every single film. So there is that, but they haven't gotten back the money on the investment, like on the total investment.
Yeah.
So grain of salt because of AI. According to Google AI, as of last year in December, so far Disney is in total of $45.31 billion in debt. This includes $38.688 billion in a long-term debt, which decreased by 7.01% year over year. So no, they still got quite a lot of money to pay off. And that's wild. That's just wild. Like so much money went through investing for all these things, and just they haven't been able to pay that off yet. How much of that money goes to the parks not?
I think I can't give you a solid overview number. I think because I think 14,
14.
like some like I don't want to say billion because I'm probably gonna be wrong. I don't want to just like bullshit on here, but like a good chunk of change was done on like Epcot to kind of.
But they have been like inconsistently. They have been like pretty much lowering support over time.
Yeah, the like Galaxy's Edge is kind of hemorrhaging money at this point. White Cut. Like Epcot after the rehaul is not moving numbers.
What about Pixar Adventureland?
In California Adventure.
If you can call California Adventure.
In the park formerly known as California Adventure, I guess. Like I don't know, cause like for the longest time they really never really wanted to talk about the numbers for California Adventure.
Oh no, that's
because that was a park that was always like kind of a redheaded stepchild, like
really
Euro Disneyland was.
Oh, okay. All right then, Mr. Iger, how much is California Adventureland making? Oh, what's it land? Mr. Iger, you are aware of what California Adventureland is, right? No comment. All right. Yeah, it's just crazy that Disney just owes so much money and you just haven't made it back yet. Oh well, it is. Hey, at least George got to lead. At least George got I don't know. I guess in a sense, he got a good end of that deal. He got paid a lot of money, and now George can just go off do like. I think he's doing like still like really like small like art films and stuff.
He's sort of like he's kind of just been like small time right now. He's helping out on like consultancy and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, George Lucas has fuck you money. Like.
Yeah, he's got.
It doesn't matter. Like he could do what he want. he has enough money to just do what he want.
Yeah, he could do what he wants. Yeah, so he got the good end of the deal. While I guess everything else.
George Lucas is like, wait.
How much are those Marvel?
George Lucas is like, I want people to love the sequels a bit more, and the monkey paw curls when he signs the deal with Disney. Because the sequels are so shit.
I'm curious now. How much money goes behind those shows that Disney puts out now?
Probably a lot.
Let's see here. Hold on. How much? What was the recent? Was it like recently? It's like Born Again, right? For Marvel. How much is Born Again?
That's probably not the. That's not. That one's not going to be the most. Because it went through a lot of reshoots.
Oh,
Go
right.
through like one of the other ones. Like that'd be a better example.
Let's see. How much?
Say like one like Mandalorian or.
How much was Andor? Like their current series. How much did Andor cost to make? About $645 million in total for 2 seasons.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
And how many shows are there? Like that's
How many Disney shows there are?
because that's gonna add up. That's a lot for Andor for
Hold on,
2 seasons,
what was-
and that's gonna add up.
What was the last like big Marvel show?
Skeleton Crew had some like had
Marvel,
some-
not
Oh,
Star.
Marvel. My
Was,
bad. My bad.
Let's see. Was it like? Hold on. MCU. Looking up the MCU. What shows? What's the current shows? What's the most recent show that's out there? Besides Born Again.
The most recent Marvel project, big one, other than Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, X-Men '97.
Okay, like I'm not gonna include animation.
What if?
What? Oh, that's right. Ironheart is coming out this year. Hold on. Actually, how much is Ironheart? How much did it cost to make Ironheart? MCU series. Okay, not publicly available. However, Marvel Studios typically have a production about average range of $100 million to $200 million per series. So we don't know exactly what it is yet, but it's like it's probably gonna cost a lot. It's probably gonna cost a lot, like
How many reshoots did it go through?
Ironheart.
Or did it go through any reshoots?
I have no idea if they've even gone through reshoots for Ironheart of all things.
I imagine it would.
Man, let me see. Production. Just do Control F. Reshoot. So far, it doesn't say anything about reshoots. So, like, was it? Didn't it? Wait, hold on, real quick. Like, for like a lot of like the Netflix shows that back then, who, was Netflix the one footing the bill for those?
Not really, because Netflix is a platform. Like they just bought the rights. Most of the time, they just bought the rights to show it.
Okay.
So like, it'd be a show like they would if it. I think for like for some of the originals, they would put in some money that they had on additionals, on like initial planning and additional seasons. But like there are production companies that are behind.
Okay.
It's like different productions behind.
Oh, actually now I'm actually, hold on, wait a minute. I'm actually a little bit curious now because I'm seeing like the topics in front of me right now. I'm actually curious now. Hold on. This is for you, Ninjato. How much did it cost to make the Inhumans series? How much did that cost?
Yeah, I don't remember. I'm pretty that was the one that they tried to put it in IMAX too.
Okay, so Google AI is using Screen Rant as a source. I don't know if Screen Rant is, that accurate or not, but according to Screen Rant, about $10 million or more went into each episode of Inhumans.
How many episodes was that?
Let's see. How many?
2.
Let me see. What? Just 2? For real? It was that big of a flop?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me see.
It ran for 8 seasons on ABC.
8 episodes.
Yeah, you're talking about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We're talking about Inhumans.
No, Inhumans.
Yeah. Well,
Inhumans,
you said seasons, but
8 seasons.
No, 8 episodes. He
episodes.
just says seasons by accident. It's like a little slip up. Don't worry.
Okay.
So, about $80 million went into the Inhumans show. Are you up?
I was like, I was like for a second, like, what the fuck? We're 8 seasons of Inhumans.
They had 8 episodes of
How do you feel about that, Ninjato? like no, you want to talk about it. I'm pretty sure the Inhumans comic you're going to talk about is pretty good. How do you feel about knowing that like that comic series, Nick? I mean, John.
I didn't know it lasted more than one episode. Like in the theaters, it was so bad. People just.
How do you feel knowing that there was a series based off the comic you read that you want to talk about that cost about $80 million to make?
I'm just look. I knew about it. I think it's just funny because
the first time I heard of like the Inhumans coming out was I was at a cruise. And the cruise ship had an IMAX theater inside of it.
Oh,
so, like,
really?
Yes, they were like announcing on like the daily program. You get how like they were gonna show like the first 2 episodes of Inhumans. I'm like, oh,
great. Oh, that's great. That's amazing to hear. Wow. So Najara, how's
hold on.
He's still reeling over the cost. Hold on. You know what? Here, I'll reset the balance of things, so that way you don't have to be in pain alone, Najaro.
Yeah, no. I was typing. I was correcting Xeonic on something.
Okay, hold on. Here, I'll help ease your pain. How much did it cost to make She-Hulk?
Well, it was probably like.
Reportedly cost $200 million in order to rent
per episode.
No, it just seems like in total.
Oh wait, you're saying 200 million. I thought you said 20.
No.
Yeah, that is like
Well, okay, so some reports suggest about $25 million per episode of She-Hulk Matchstick.
How much was it for? How much it was for Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I don't imagine it was as much.
Yeah,
how much did it cost?
It ran for 7 seasons.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Let's see here. Okay, this isn't really gonna help much because Google AI is fucking using Reddit as a source. Thanks, Google. So according to Reddit, at least in like some of the early seasons, about $3 to $6 million per episode. The pilot episode was reportedly one of the most expensive, costing between $8 and $14 million. So Agents
and $14 million.
So Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was like probably expensive at the time, and these shows just became even more expensive to produce.
Well, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. really wasn't supposed to be that expensive in the first place. It was, like kind of like their equivalent of a CW show.
Yeah.
Just, probably not a shit.
Yeah, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a pretty low budget, but it's still, though, it's just kind of funny how like, oh wow, we got Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and it's like it's kind of like a low budget TV series following Phil Coulson. Whoa! And then meanwhile nowadays, you got $200+ million going to She-Hulk. So
yeah. Okay, so
hey, at least it didn't.
The Menace knows just. Let's just start with that Inhumans.
Yeah, let's start with Inhumans. The $80 million series, baby. Yeah.
Well, it's not this. No, this is like what, a couple thousand to make this story.
Well,
I don't know.
Comic books shouldn't cost that much to make. If there's a comic book out there that costs like millions of dollars to make, fucking hell, that's gotta be like the best comic book I've ever read. Like, oh my gosh. Scarness. Well,
Look, I'm trying to just factor in like rates of the. It's just a spitball because of you have to think about the rate of paying the writer, the artist, like paying each of the writing team, right?
yeah.
Full salary staff. The materials to make to print them. This comic was 1998.
1998.
Yeah.
How much was the
So
average
just to
comic
give you a
back
frame
then?
them.
How much?
This was during that time when the comics went from like $1.25 to like $3 to $4.
All right, hold on. Inflation calculator. Here we go. Let's. All right, come here. This is like 90s, 80s, right?
This is 1998.
1998. All right, let's just do like simple like.
Back a good old 98.
Let's just do simple like $4. $4 nowadays is about $7. 96.2% increase in inflation. Woo! Yeah! Let's go. $7 for a comic. At least
Yep.
back then. So. All right. Would you say this comic is worth $7? And
Yeah. So I got this comic because a friend of mine,
Mhm.
who's really into Fantastic Four and human stuff, gave it to me for a birthday present like years ago. I haven't like had time
Ah.
to fully read it myself until I just like I need to do something for a couple hours. So I just decided to pick this up and reading because Magic is like, hey, by the way, we've read this story. Read like going through comic marathon like a bullet.
You do read comics really fast, man. What the hell?
Well, I read comics fast too, so it's like, but he was like marathoning. But anyway, so this is by the creative team of Paul Jenkins and Jay Ali. So they apparently, for the time, this was sort of another the guys that basically had like decided to do their own thing with this.
All right.
In a sense, because how much do you know about Inhumans?
Not much. The only.
Okay, how much of the lore do you know?
Not much.
Well,
The only.
just tell me what lore do you know?
Pretty much nothing.
I could probably give
Okay,
a better.
Let me tell you, the biggest exposure I ever had to Inhumans was seeing Black Bolt just die in Doctor Strange.
Oh no.
So.
Oh no. Okay, so Inhumans was invented by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby during their first Fantastic Four run.
All right.
First Medusa, who you actually read.
Right.
So you from Spider-Man, and then later on to the greater Inhumans concept. Essentially, they are a subsect of humanity that was separated by humanity by the Kree, and were experimented on with a gas called Terrigen Mist. And
okay.
they have evolved in such a way where if they get exposed to this Terrigen Mist, they gain superpowers, and then they like greatly change too. It's not always consistent. It's not like they look like normal humans, but with superpowers. Like no, some of them become like monsters. Like just think of like all the stuff that the mutants had. And so this whole society is built on that foundation. So,
all right.
And they found this city called Adelon. Originally, they were in the Himalayas. But this story takes place when they found themselves being the city being transported into the now recently brought to surface of a island of Atlantis.
Mm.
So they are now residing in Atlantis, and also they can't really breathe human atmosphere, so they have like a force field up.
All right.
Yeah, because they have like different evolution paths, even though they're humans.
Mm.
Blah blah blah. They have like a also superiority complex,
Oh,
but and also their society is weird. We'll get to it. So this story, Anand, have you read this story?
I have not, but I know a lot about it.
Okay, cool. So what this story does is a good introduction to understanding what their deal is and what kind of stories you expect if you want to write Inhumans. Like, essentially, writers, when they, after like Lee and Kirby, done with them, didn't do a lot of expansion stuff.
Okay.
They're always like this peripherally view thing, even nowadays in this Marvel universe, where they can get involved in big events, but they don't usually are part of it. With the exception being during that time when they were trying to replace mutants with Inhumans.
Oh, right. I remember that.
That's why they had the TV show.
Okay.
That's also why Kamala was an Inhuman. That's why Kamala is an Inhuman mutant hybrid. Because she was originally meant to be mutants, but it was during that time, so they made her Inhuman. And then after they killed Kamala in a Spider-Man story, they revived her as an Inhuman mutant hybrid.
Let's go.
But yeah. So So what this story is that they are on this island. Atlantis has brought up to the surface. Namor lays some claim to the island, but he's not enforcing it. But other Portuguese companies are hiring mercenaries as they are basically trying to go through this ruins of Atlantis, trying to find Atlantean artifacts.
All right.
You know, to make money. But of course, also they have ties to our boys, the CIA.
Ah, of course.
Yeah.
Let's go. The Inhumans are connected to the feds.
So essentially, this whole thing is exploring. One side is exploring how the Inhumans, because they have the main spokesperson in the story that is of the Inhumans, because they just don't like connecting with humanity at all.
Oh, okay.
Is Reed Richards. Because of the Fantastic Four's adventures with the Inhumans, he is kind of sort of the spokesperson, trying to make people understand who these guys are. Right?
Okay.
Because this is like kind of implied that this is the first time humanity learns about this group. These groups are weirdos. Okay?
Right.
So what we get in this story, I might as well just explain who the main focus of the story is. The royal family.
All right.
So, as you can probably guess, this is run in a monarchy, right? So you have the king, and there's always fighting. So the main character in the center, of course, is Black Bolt. Black Bolt is one of the most OP characters in Marvel. Like, he has super strength, he has speed, he is super durable.
Oh, lost my stick.
Like, he was on a similar power level to the Hulk before his Planet Hulk adventure.
Oh, okay.
And he is technically, before that, Planet Hulk at least, was undefeated.
Oh, he's back. All right. You good, Master?
but he had one problem.
PlayStation phone.
Ah, okay.
Okay. He has one problem.
Okay, what's that?
His most OP ability is that his voice is super shockwave. It's like Black Canary's powers on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, even a whisper can destroy an entire building.
Woo!
So he has to be silent.
Mm-hmm.
He can't speak at all.
Right.
And then when Menace will come from the center to his left with the women, Medusa.
Uh-huh. Yep.
So like generally her personality in the early 60s.
Uh-huh.
The twist to here, the thing is that Medusa is actually the wife of Black Bolt.
Oh, okay.
As kids, it's like a story of like childhood friends. She is like the only one who can really connect with Black Bolt. With like a special sign language, but even then she does feel distance from Black Bolt because Black Bolt is so powerful that he has to like spend an hour before going to bed meditating to have his mind completely blank.
Wow.
So no, but you can't grunt. He can't grunt in his sleep. Yeah, nothing. His voice is that powerful and that deadly. Just boost that up. So she is basically like the one who will actually tell everyone else what Black Bolt wants. And she is his most loyal companion. Loves him all the time. Then we have Crystal. And
right.
Crystal is interesting because she was a girlfriend of a certain Fantastic Four member.
Was it Johnny?
And then a wife of a certain Avengers member.
Oh.
Which one?
Quicksilver.
Yeah.
No
Huh.
Of course.
Her patronym is Maximoff.
Huh.
So
Yeah, and so in this comic, they do start the daughter right near the end. So
Alright.
like those are like probably the ones that is the most famous out of the other than one other character.
Okay.
We'll get to him.
Alright.
But now we're going to his right. We have Karnak.
Karnak.
He is the king's advisor.
Ah.
Another loyal person. And his ability is that he gets to see weaknesses in everything.
Okay.
So he look like he can if you're doing a fighting style, he can see the weakness in your fighting style. He can look weaknesses in structures, so he can point out and even exploit it.
Okay.
So because of that, he sees weaknesses. Like in the story, it begins with him like noticing there's a weakness related to Athlon.
Alright.
And it will be exposed, and that's part of the story, is that we get to explore what that is at that moment and how it was exploited by the Inhumans to help save the day. Then we get Gorgon, who is that hairy man.
I do want to mention really quick. The best thing about Karnak is, unlike the other Inhumans, he chose never to expose himself to the Terrigen mists, so he doesn't have his ability to sense weak points isn't a power. It's something that an ability he honed himself.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he is just that dedicated.
I see. It's just
That
that.
is.
It's just that good.
He's built different.
He's built different. Oh, all right. Interesting. Ah.
And now we get to
Mhm.
I'm gonna show you Gorgon
Okay.
in the voice chatbot. This is what he looks like.
Oh, okay.
The goat man. And his ability is that his stomps with his goat feet creates earthquakes.
Ah.
Powerful earthquakes.
Hmm. Okay.
And then the final one is the most simplest one is Trident.
Uh-huh.
Uh, guess what his power is?
Fishman.
Yeah,
All right.
he is the easiest one.
Fishman, let's go.
Yeah, and then we meet, and then there is one other character. You got Lockjaw, who is that big dog, who I think is technically a person who got mutated into a dog.
Oh. Okay.
That they treat as a dog.
That's all right. There's some implications there, but okay.
Oh, don't worry, it gets worse. By the way, that's actually the least problematic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because then we got there is one more family member, and I'm posting an image of him. He is called Maximus, or what everyone else calls him, Maximus the Mad.
Oh, okay. What's with the Matrix like robots behind him?
That's just an image, probably for an arc.
Oh, okay.
But he's just a normal dude who is super smart.
Ah.
He is, but he's also insane.
Oh, okay.
He is very big brain, but also insane, and he constantly tries to take the throne from Black Bolt and marry Medusa. By the way, on top of that, so not only steal the throne, but he also tries to steal his girl. And in this comic, it's very creepy. There's a very creepy scene. Like,
So he's Starscream.
yeah.
Oh, okay. He's just.
Think of Starscream, but it's very scary. But he can, less hilarious.
Well, Starscream can be scary. Sometimes. Just depends.
But
When he wants to.
Exactly. When he wants to be scary, he can be scary. As long as Megatron's not around.
yeah. So in this story, and what Maximus does is that he always tries to, most of the time, tries to enlist the help of the slave class.
All right.
So the slave class is this, specifically, Jen, in this society, and this is going to be very important in the story. So,
You know,
what they are.
so far, in human society doesn't seem to have a good rep.
It's not. It's like if you care about rights, sanity, if you're not a human, you don't. It's a society that is very weird. So this is what they kind of generally look like: alpha primitives.
Okay.
And they are genetically created beings to be slaves.
Wow. That is.
Oh, or Red Rising up in here.
Well,
That is
and so what
that
happens
is
usually in
incredibly
human
sad.
stories?
You're
It gets
poor-
worse. Oh, in the story, it gets worse
Okay.
because by the time of this story,
Mm.
they are all free.
Oh. Let's go.
Like, Black Bolt freed them. But the problem is,
oh, they don't know.
they are genetic. It's that whole like the whole animal in the cage that they learned helplessness. That even if you put the cage out,
yeah,
and that's what they are so genetically made to be the one who runs the machines that keep Outalong working.
Okay.
Just by being free, and which then goes into the story. So, essentially, not only you have stuff going on in the outside world involving Atlantis.
All right.
Let me guess. Namor's being a dick as usual.
Oh yeah, he does make he makes an appearance on this.
Oh.
Yep.
Can't help himself. He's just a fucking asshole every time he shows up.
Good
Oh
old,
yeah, it gets kind
good
of
old
funny.
Namor.
So the way the story begins is that we get introduced to a new class of Inhumans who's about to go into the Terrigen Mist process. Like you get to experience their final days before it. We go through a perspective of one where she goes through it. She gets incredibly changed.
Oh.
And you see the effects of how it can change even relationships. So like before they were all buddies, but then afterwards like they have like her and this other girl, because this other girl, only her mutation was just her hands is slightly longer. She's like, maybe we can hang out, and the girl who got transformed goes, nah. And don't worry, it gets back where she does the same to her. It's like, yeah.
Wait, so
but what happens is
just an Inhuman with long fingers.
Yeah, and you find out her ability is healing.
Oh, there was a whole Family Guy episode. It's like this whole Family Guy episode where the Griffin family just gets powers, and then Meg's whole thing is she could just grow her nails really long. It's like, oh, like.
By the way, that actually does sound like a very scary power.
What, growing your nails long? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but like, it's like for the joke in the Family Guy, joke, it's like, what can you do? So she makes just got long powers, so just scratch this guy. Ow, that hurt. Owie. Did that draw blood? No, still. Ow. It's just funny how like Meg grows long nails, but then like no one else cares about her because everyone else has better powers. It's like what you're describing to me just sounds like the Family Guy skit. Like, oh hey, what's your power? Grows the fingers really long. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it gets though her mutation is actually more around healing, but the thing is that really in sight is that one of them became an alpha primitive.
Oh.
So he got sent down. But then it's discovered that he actually had powers.
Oh.
And that brings him into contact with Maximus and Mad, who basically concocts a scheme to have the humans on the island to start attacking Outalong. By basically he has the Waz, who is this Inhuman guy, go and bring a Russian arms dealer, right?
Okay.
And basically have give him the plans to the city, right? Like, here's how the city is, here's the defenses, how defenseless it is. And thus, it's these bad humans conspire to attack the city, and which is everyone's at risk. And like the first layer of the shield's down, they're only on their inner. Everyone's panicking, and of course Black Bolt's the king, so he has to make a plan, and he has the most brilliant plan ever.
Oh.
they ask him, Black Bolt, the one who never wins. Humans are attacking the city. What are you going to do? Guess what he decides to do?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Let's go! He's the magic conch shell! Oh, mighty magic conch shell. What shall we do?
Okay,
Nothing.
so he does nothing.
Alright.
Meanwhile, Maximus has led a revolt with Alpha Primitives and manages to capture Medusa, even doing just some bad advances on her.
Oh.
Not to that level yet. Not on that level. Not Andor season 2 levels, but still pretty uncomfortable. And then he even goes down to cutting off her hair so she can't use her powers.
Oh.
What did Black Bolt do?
Nothing.
The humans managed to get into the inner defenses, so they have an active time limit. And the royal family is begging him to do something.
He really is the magic conch shell.
Black Bolt, will you avenge this shit? He writes down on a piece of paper, fuck off.
Oh, hail the magic conch shell.
Yes, nothing. So he then Black Bolt does actually send Triton over to Namor to ask for aid.
Uh-huh.
You can guess how that goes. Namor gets the paper, look at it, and basically said, "Screw off. Who are you?"
I'm surprised that Namor showed such restraint and he didn't immediately kill the messenger. He didn't immediately shoot the messenger.
Oh no! He said he would have done it. He had respect. He met Triton before. Triton.
Oh, Triton, you're so lucky you're not some random nobody.
Wait. That means if Namor hadn't known Trident, he would have had him shot.
Triton, you're so lucky you're a fucking fish man. Otherwise, I'd have just killed you on the spot. You were damn lucky. Get the hell out of my sight. Get out of here.
Yeah. And then the inner city was getting reached because they did send diplomatic aid to the UN, and
the United Nations.
It's the UN.
Will the United Nations do nothing? Oh, well, no, see, unlike Black Bolt, the United Nations will do something. They'll write a letter or discouraging the actions that is happening. And they'll be
it didn't.
And they'll be very disappointed.
Then again, their messenger was a person who looks like a baby. That's a telepath.
Oh, okay.
Like, it didn't help that they were humans on that, but also the CIA guy gave a device that Maximus... Basically, it was the device that would shut down the electricity.
Oh, okay.
The inner city gets destroyed while the humans outside attacking the city they're basically planning to wipe out the Inhumans.
Uh-huh.
So that they could kill them and take all the tech and stuff, right?
Alright, so what's Mr. Magic Conch Shell doing?
Nothing. All the citizens are trying to defend themselves. A lot of people die, but then he decides to do something.
Oh.
Because Inhuman. By the way, Maximus. So you know about that that student who became Alpha Primitive stuff. Maximus was gaslighting him, saying that he's his best friend, but then reveals that. Ooh. Actually, he manipulated the Terrigen Mist in such a way so that he didn't get the full transformation.
Oh, let's go.
And which allowed and then the guy keeps trying to do the whole abusive relationship on this guy, trying to break him to be his slave as he's like slowly dying because of this half form. But he managed to escape. And and then that is when Black Bolt decides to act with Karnak.
Okay.
And it's all revealed at like near the end that Black Bolt planned everything.
Am I supposed to be rooting for this guy in the channel?
Yes, it is. Yes, you are, because okay, so this is how it. Because the way the story begins, we actually get from his perspective. Okay.
Okay.
Because Black Bolt is constantly thinking about what it means to be king.
Okay.
Like that's kind of one of the storylines for him is figuring out the pressure of being the ruler.
Okay.
Of having to do certain things for the best of the people, including purposely gaslighting your closest allies by lying to them of like that you didn't know that everything was going to happen this way. Like he basically manipulated Maximus, but he figured out what Maximus was doing a while ago.
Okay.
But he let it slide because what is revealed the weakness of Adelong at this point was that there's this specific fault on Atlantis that if it ever gets wrecked or destroyed, Adelong along with Atlantis would sink to the ocean.
Okay.
And essentially, his plan was to put it in such a state so that all their enemies would go onto one location. When Maximus does his uprising, he goes out himself, and you see his powers just like looking at like a tank, and it's instantly destroyed. Like,
oh, okay.
He doesn't even speak. He just looks at something and just gets beamed.
What? Wait, Black Claw's like I-beam powers?
Base, like, he is ridiculous. Like,
okay.
So, and he like defeats Maximus and does his stare down, and Maximus breaks down crying and brings them back to prison. Because here's the thing about Maximus and his insanity.
Yeah.
He and Black Bolt do love each other as brothers.
Oh, okay. They're siblings, I see.
Yeah, they're close brothers.
Oh, okay.
But Maximus has a weird way of showing it because part of it is when they were younger, the Kree was trying to kidnap Maximus.
Okay.
And Black Bolt used his power to save his brother. But what happened is that Trish landed in the palace killing their parents. Yeah, horrible luck.
Okay.
Which is also part of what
was this whole plot then like some weird ass misguided attempt to gain Black Bolt's affection then?
No, that's basically Maximus, is that he's constantly trying to overthrow his brother.
Okay.
Because he's part of him also hates him for what happened and also views him as a fraud.
But he still loves him.
Yes.
Okay. So he's just got a lot of problems.
Yeah, he's called Maximus the Mad.
Okay.
He's not the Maximus needs. Maximus does not need therapy. He is the king. He is like the character that therapist would have a hard time.
Okay.
Counseling.
All right.
But he stops Maximus' rebellion and have Gorgon basically sink the island along with Adelong. with his enemies in it, but then have Lockjaw tied to a system that teleports Adelon back to the Himalayas.
Ah.
So the idea is that everyone else thinks that the Inhumans are dead because of the island sinking. And also, Namor was in on it.
Oh. Of
Basically,
course.
because basically what the paper was that Triton gave him was like, look, as long as you don't get involved in wiping out my people off the island, I'm gonna give Atlantis back to you.
Okay.
And then he also says, here's the thing, you can't let my family know. So be yourself. My translation is be yourself.
Okay. I see.
And essentially, yeah, he made the call and it saved his people, right?
Okay.
This story is a very much this is not an action story. This is a very more of a thought-provoking reading because you're studying these characters who have like these different, this group of interesting weirdos, this society that is weird, Black Bolt is weird, and as you can tell by the plot, is doing something so unorthodox in the planning, and it was so compelling to read, just like reading from page to page and just figuring out what the characters are going to react, because the family was not taking it too well. Like, Gorgon wanted to fight back. He was told to not fight back.
Thank you, Mr. Magic Conch Shell.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I highly recommend actually reading. I think we will do this for a comic crypt at one point.
Oh, okay.
It is 12 issues, so it could be a bit more general.
All right.
The plot is very simple, but the interesting stuff is the characters and studying of the character. It's all about those character moments. Like that scene about that the Gorgon picture is from.
Yeah.
He's like talking to Karnak, like they are kind of buds. Like close, despite their very different you would not expect it, because Karnak is very reserved, very thought-provoking, while Gorgon is basically Lehman Russ.
Okay.
Beer swinging and like, life of the party. Yeah. So just in conclusion, read this book. This is a good comic. These are good comics.
Okay.
And it does give you an interesting look at a world that... Why did Marvel try to adapt it into the MCU?
$80 million. $80 million, baby.
Like, that's the confusing part, is like, I get it, they were trying to do X-Men, but how?
$80 million.
Adelon is 10 times weirder than when the X-Men had Krakoa. And that was a living island.
I don't know, man. That Marvel, them Disney guys with Marvel, they sure make interesting choices. Also, real quick, I gotta use the restroom real quick. Hold on, I'll be back. I just gotta use the restroom real quick. Hold on, give 1 second. I'll be back.
So,
What was this made?
This was 98.
Okay.
Almost a year before. No, probably the same year as Avengers Forever.
Yeah, it's contemporary to the Busiak stuff.
Yeah. Nat, what do you think of my explanation of the story?
It is intriguing.
I assume you were not. Are you big into Inhumans?
I haven't read a lot of Inhumans stories. I did want to get around to the Jenkins and Lee miniseries because, I heard good things from it. It won an Eisner, and also as far as I know, it's the only kind of it's the only run that of the Inhumans that made serious money. That was the one that told Marvel, hey, this team finally could be a profitable thing. But go ahead, sir.
I was, but and then it didn't go so well.
Yeah, but I really do like the Inhumans. But every time I encountered the Inhumans, they were always a part of someone else's book. They were They were in the Fantastic Four books. They were in the Thor books, and they were really cool characters. I just never made the time to read their standalone stories.
Oh no, something fell.
Like Menace, she's been in some stuff I've read, but I have not done too much stuff with Inhumans at all.
Alright, I'm back. What are we talking about?
Never really piqued my interest.
What hasn't piqued your interest?
It just hasn't.
Inhumans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just asking. Not apparently this won an Eisner.
Huh? The comic?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, good for them.
And not confirmed suspicion. It was the only profitable Inhumans related story.
Hold on, let me see this up. Oh, I guess Disney did make back their Marvel money. Okay. 3.3 times for a return of 13.2 billion. Okay. I see. At least they got their Marvel money back. So there's that. But what about the Star Wars money? Is that still something they gotta make up?
There is no way they made it back.
I think they made. I think they're close to making it back.
Oh, they're close to making back the Star Wars money. Okay.
Yeah, but but right now they still got a ways to go.
Okay.
Thinking about making money back.
Yeah.
Next one. The other comic.
$200 million her show based off this comic. Let's go. So
well, I was just more pointing out because there was this thing in the She-Hulk comic where it had times where it was struggling in sales, and they make fun of it in the cover.
Oh, okay. All right.
They made a joke. They made a joke for one of the covers. If you buy this, if you buy this issue, Jen will be completely naked, and they made a joke where Jen was like, "This, it's like they're stripping me of my clothes and my will."
My clothes.
Like,
Okay.
there's like one where she's like has a newspaper around her, I think, or something. Is like being horrified while a hand of one of the writers with a jump rope because the whole premise is that
Oh,
you're
okay.
just jump roping naked.
Ah.
Anyway, so the person who actually read this part.
It was me. It was me all along.
It was you all along.
I was the one who read the She-Hulk stuff.
Yeah, let's go. So, you see. So how is the comic compared to the $200 million show?
I wouldn't know. I never watched the $200 million show.
Okay then.
I saw that scene of her twerking, and I was like, nope.
Well, you don't like her twerking with a hit MCU
That's
star
It's fucking cringe, man.
was it Sagan Mistallion or something? I forgot her name.
Megan.
Megan
Thee
Thee Stallion. Thank you. It's hit MCU star Megan Thee Stallion matchstick. Come on.
Cringe, bro. But She-Hulk's Jin. It's just such a fun book. So She-Hulk originally was not technically not even was not made by Marvel.
Really?
It was some show or some other did like a segment with She-Hulk with a character they called She-Hulk.
Oh.
And then Marvel panicked and was like, "Oh shit, we have to make She-Hulk. We got to make Spider-Woman because we can't let these profitable IPs be ripped off by somebody else."
That's what. Yeah, so the way they can get away with like having to copy afterwards, they put they either like sometimes you put the hyphen or you don't put the hyphen. That's like for Spider-Man, it's important to put the hyphen.
Okay.
In Spider-Man products.
I see.
And then they made the original She-Hulk run, which I have not read. I don't really intend on reading it because it's very different from how the character ended up. But I guess from osmosis, the sort of the origin story, lawyer cousin of Bruce gets shot by a bunch of gangsters she's looking into. Bruce does a medical blood transfer, and then she's all up in green. But eventually, she was. Did she join the Avengers first or the Fantastic Four? I would imagine it'd be the Avengers.
The Avengers first, because
she joined Fantastic Four during Secret War.
Ah.
The first one.
Yeah. But John Byrne was I think it was even John Byrne doing the John Byrne was handling I think the Avengers when she was introduced or something. Or was a member of the Avengers around that time during it would have been the early 80s. And then after Secret War, she joined the Fantastic Four, which John Byrne was also heading up at was heading up at that time.
She was she was the one that got the front row seat of the introduction of Malice, Mistress of Hate.
Really?
In the cartoon, yeah. So in the cartoon, they had the Thing playing that role, but in the comics, it was She-Hulk who got the first smackdown.
She-Hulk's like, Reed, if you're not going to send her into the kitchen, I will.
Okay.
Well, this is before they realized who she was.
I see.
And then eventually, after Fantastic Four ended, and I think this was '89, John Byrne headed up her new comic line, which was a comedy. This was actually a really funny series. Like, no joke. Like, this is just, it is good shit.
Good shit. Okay.
Yeah. She-Hulk is now like fighting it out for top 5 of my favorite superhero woman.
Okay.
Might be my favorite Marvel one. Because Cassandra Cain's my number 1. Wonder Woman is my number 2. And then She-Hulk and Rogue are going up there.
Okay.
But the character is just so fun. She's the way Byrne writes her. She's very boisterous. Very no-nots. Very boisterous and these same adjectives all the time, aren't I? Boisterous and fun. But also, she's the original Deadpool. Because there's a lot of breaking the fourth wall stuff and breaking the fourth.
That's what you. Okay.
Yeah, and it's I like Jen a lot better than Deadpool, which no hate on Deadpool, but she just a lot more fun.
Okay.
Well, a bit more my speed, but I think it does work better than what I've seen with the Deadpool movies. They don't really. They're not. They are a bit shameless in some of the situations they throw her in.
All right.
And like, for example, the big one is that she was type jump roping, and they would have like a little jump rope movement lines block out her breasts and privates.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me, because there's a few weeks, this like a month ago, and I'm a bit it's not as fresh, but we do have a lot of fun crossovers here. Like there's one with for example, some fun stories. There was a Batman '89 parody.
Oh no.
With two issues.
Okay.
With a character called Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. All right.
Who is the daughter of 2 really rich hippies that got shot in an alleyway.
Okay.
And their version of the Joker was a sad psychiatrist.
Okay.
And Nosferatu wanted to stop criminals by branding, so she invested a lot of money into branding in the town. So everything is just Nosferatu balloons and Nosferatu radio shows and Nosferatu like giant billboards. You also had you'll have a lot of fun stuff in here. I don't want to spoil it too much because there's a lot of it. John Byrne isn't the only writer in this. You have a few other guys that take over here and there. Peter David did one, Dan Slott did another.
All right.
But you'll have space adventures, time travel, kind of everything.
I should mention, Chang is going to kick out of this. Simon Furman.
Huh? Really?
Transformers writer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Oh.
He was a writer.
Oh,
he's
okay. Huh. Oh, Simon Furman.
Oh, Simon Furman. Oh yeah, Transformers.
Oh. Wow, look at that. Okay. Huh. Good for him. Hey.
So I got a question. Is there one where She-Hulk has to deal with feminists?
With who?
Feminists.
I don't. It's a joke on Transform. I don't think Simon Furman was the one who wrote that, was he? Hold on. Just a quick search. Marvel.
I'm generally trying to think of an issue where that happened.
No. So,
I mean, it's.
Hold on, let me see.
That would be a fun issue, but I don't think so.
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me see here. Okay, here we go. No, that's Marvel color. Marvel. Hold on. Oh my gosh, what did you do that to you? Come on, show me. Here we go. Alright, who wrote this? Oh, it was Simon Furman! Simon Furman wrote that story where... Yeah, I don't think Simon Furman's exactly... Actually, that's amazing. Simon Furman wrote a She-Hulk book. Dude doesn't exactly, have the best track record with writing woman. So...
Well, are we talking woman or are we talking feminist? There's a difference.
Okay, so the whole joke
woman.
is... The whole story is that feminists basically bullied the Transformers to build Artsy.
The Autobots built... the original origin in the Marvel UK comics was that the Autobot Optimus Prime built RC simply to appease feminists. And then when they did so, they still were angry.
Sounds about right.
No, Simon Furman kind of doesn't exactly have the best track record with just women characters in general. So, that said,
well, he probably I didn't notice anything unusual.
Wow.
When I'm reading through it, so
I guess something happened then. Well, I mean, then again, this was like what 1998, so I guess he got better. Maybe it's just robots he can't do. maybe like just woman. Okay, fine, but you add robot into the mix with the woman, then I think then he struggles.
And there's an issue where there's a crossover with Excalibur. You like that in Shadow?
Ooh, oh yeah.
Where Captain Britain is possessed by a garbage demon. So he has to eat garbage.
Yes. Anytime to make fun of the British.
There's an issue where there's just pinups on like massive pinups of She-Hulk with tiny little panels of the story to the side of it. I found that really funny.
All right.
There's also some funny breaking the fourth wall stuff where the second biggest character, who is a character called Wheezy, who was a character from the 40s called the Blonde Phantom. Where the idea is that she got old because she wasn't being published in comics anymore. So the character decided to go and be in the cast of She-Hulk's comic, so that she doesn't have to age.
Okay. Wow.
You also mentioned about how like you mentioned like a couple of ones like for how a character dies in panel because of continuity error.
The porcupine who died in a Captain America comic, which I own, by the way, showed up in a section of the She-Hulk comic, and she was like, "Wait, you're supposed to be dead, aren't you?" And he just falls over dead because he's like, "Oh wait, shit, I am supposed to be dead."
Oh, okay.
And then like,
yeah.
And then her clothes about why they're not ripped, completely shredded.
So one of the characters asks, "Hey, why aren't your clothes completely shredded?" And then she takes her clothes, like sort of pulls it back a bit, and shows a tag, and the tag says Comics Code Authority.
Okay.
This was such a fun comic. Like, I would recommend this to all of you guys. And for the Halloween issues, I will actually be pulling out a few of the She-Hulk issues for that. So,
okay, man, it seems like really, it really does just seem like even people, like the writers themselves, just did not fuck with the Authority.
The what?
The whole Comics Code Authority. I'm just saying, it seemed like no one liked them.
They hated it.
Everyone hated it.
No, yeah, they hated it. They were like that. They were making fun of it. It's
when did the Authority go away?
It went away around the mid 90s.
Mid 90s. Okay.
Yeah.
By then, it was already quite weak. It was just because if you're talking about like the content that the Comics Code Authority was meant to prevent, a lot of the '80s comics, like that Captain America, Cap No More storyline, with that brutal scene about John Walker and all those crazy. Like that society who killed his parents. Like how brutal that fight was. Like that would not have skirted the Comics Code Authority like 2 decades before that.
Okay.
So Chingus, the Comics Code Authority was not a necessity to publish a comic.
Okay.
It's just they had such a hold on the industry that the belief was that if you ever printed a comic that didn't have the Code Authority's seal of approval, a lot of newsstands would think that it was a kind of a book with questionable material. And it'd be
eventually, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it was. Do you want to guess which book broke that mold?
Which one?
All right, I actually throw out a guess. We've talked about this before. We have talked about this before.
It's in the comic crypt. We did the comic crypt.
Was it one of the Spider-Man?
Yeah. Do you know which one?
I forgot.
Drugs.
Oh.
Don't you remember?
Okay.
Mr. Osborn?
It's a drug.
Harry?
Drugs. Which are good, which are bad. Drugs,
I still love that Spectacular Spider-Man actually got away with doing a drug story in a children's cartoon.
Okay, it wasn't really drugs.
I mean, it was steroids. Steroids count, but it's just it's
but as long as it's not like
it's not the hard stuff.
As long as it's not like cocaine or something. Yeah. So
They definitely treated it like it.
yeah, but like, man, yeah, but there's just
What
that's
was
just
the
kind
drug that Harry was on?
Just painkillers.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
painkiller.
he was popping the morphine.
Man,
Actually, no, not morphine, but like, yeah, it's Peter, where's my opioids, Peter? Where's my opioids, Peter? I need it. I need the opioids, Peter. Harry, please, you gotta calm down. I need it.
And the funny fact, I think like, was it like Stan Lee asked by the government to make a anti-drug ad?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Like,
Lee.
that's why the storyline existed in the first way. It was a PSA.
listen, Mr. Comic Code Authority. We have the president on the line saying you should shut the fuck up. So we're just gonna ignore you now.
Like, it's like, oh, the Comic Code Authority couldn't approve of it, even with like governmental advocate backing. But the thing was, it's like Amazing Spider-Man was the most popular book at that time, so it didn't matter where the hell the Comics Code Authority said.
Yeah, like the book.
Oh no, apathy, my only weakness.
No.
Oh no! Big popularity!
Oh gosh. Ah. It's great. Wow. Drugs. Which are good, which are bad. Drugs.
You guys, speaking of Stanley and the government, you guys remember the White House visit story?
The White House visit story?
Which one?
Oh, I'll tell it real quick. So Stanley was doing a party for Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy wasn't there yet, but his wife and his daughter was there.
Uh-huh.
And he had a few other actors. He had Spider-Man. He had Captain America, and the Green Goblin was there. And the Green Goblin got really into the role and started chasing around Jimmy Carter's daughter. And Secret Service had to pull a gun on the Green Goblin actor.
Wow. Okay. That's great. Oh my goodness. Is Nick okay? Chelsea? He's been absent? I don't know. Nick didn't tell me if he's offline, so hey.
Well, speaking of absent, I'm gonna head to bed. It's getting late for me.
How is it?
Oh, okay.
Alright. Have a good night.
Alright, have a good night. Alright. Well, I guess he won't be able to hear me talk more about Mr. George.
Mr. Lucas.
Mr. Lucas. I don't know. This isn't really me necessarily. I feel like recently this whole thing isn't really me necessarily, like, I guess, lightening up on the prequel trilogy. More like this is just me kind of trying to I guess, like, appreciating the mind of George a little more. The more I learn about George, the more he just fascinates me. That's really what it is. Cause again, so Star Wars was just supposed to be George's his little art film and all that he wanted to, because he was like watching a bunch of like sci-fi stuff at the time, and it's like hey man, I kind of want to do that. It's kind of cool, some sci-fi stuff.
He was also watching a lot of samurai movies, and he thought they were really cool.
Yeah, and so it's like, hear me out, guys.
See, that's why I'm gonna add a little samurai helmet to Darth Vader there. It'll look real neat.
Like, check it out, guys. It's like samurais, but like, in space. Isn't that pretty cool? Isn't that neat?
It's like a poetry. It rhymes.
Exactly. It's just like the more it's like really like this. So like really, it's not me liking Star Wars, more just me kind of appreciating the mind of George Lucas a little more. He's just a fascinating dude, and so. Rewatching Revenge of the Sith earlier this week, I was like, Revenge of the Sith is actually, I actually really dig, but not necessarily like in the sense that like, as a movie itself, though watching it again, like as a movie itself, it's not that bad. But like then again, like everyone always says like Revenge of the Sith is, the best of the prequels. So I figured, you know what? Why not? I want to try to understand the mind of George a little more, because he's a fascinating fella. And so I was like, you know what, I'll go, fuck it, I'm gonna like rewatch the prequel trilogy. I'll do that. Rewatch Revenge of the Sith, I'll make my way back to Phantom Menace, and then I'll save what is considered the worst for last, Attack of the Clones. And so I rewatched Phantom Menace. It's Star Wars, all right.
Now that's pod racing.
No, that's pod racing. I do. So like, rewatching Phantom Menace. To be fair, right? For me, I was not there. Well, no. Well, okay. Let me finish. I was alive in 2001. It's just in 2001, I was what, like.
I thought it was 1999.
Phantom Menace. Oh wait, was it 1999?
Yeah.
Oh, it was.
Yeah. Attack of the Clones was 2002.
Oh, I'm thinking of Attack of the
Clones. Attack of the Clones was 2000.
Wait, when did Phantom Menace come out though exactly in 99?
It came out
May.
Yeah.
May 19th. Okay, so never mind. I was not even alive at the time. I was still in my mom's, belly. So I didn't come out the womb yet. I was still in my mom's belly. So obviously, like not being alive at the time, I don't, and like rewatching Phantom Menace, it's hard for me to like truly understand, like get into the mindset of like why after watching Phantom Menace, so many people came out of the theater going, gosh, that was the worst thing I've ever fucking seen! Ugh! How could you, George? You ruined it! You ruined it!
I think that was a little bit later.
Was it?
Yeah.
So for the Phantom Menace, oddly enough, Phantom Menace, like talking about poetry and rhyming. The story of Phantom Menace actually kind of is not too similar to the story of The Force Awakens, because like the first not even the first week, but the first month that the Phantom Menace came out, it was getting glowing reviews. It was Star Wars is back in theaters. We're getting a new chapter in the epic saga. Like everyone was just going, man, going, yeah, it's a great time to be alive. And then eventually, as sort of the months went by, the more so a year went by, people started looking back at Phantom Menace and thinking,
that's when the switch up happened.
Like it wasn't instantaneously. I think really the switch, if I had to point at something that really kind of pointed to people reviling the prequel trilogy, it would have to be Attack of the Clones.
Attack of the Clones. Okay. I see.
because like after 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 a decade of just people people having just the original trilogy and having a lot of fun with the original trilogy, and then the initial rumblings of oh my god, Lucas is making our film, Lucas is going to be in a film, people will be looking at early message boards would be like thinking about what was going to be the idea behind this film, and all that initial kind of hype and excitement kind of drove things. And then after Phantom Menace, and people kind of after the hype kind of died down, people were allowed to kind of think. That really became a sense of kind of looking at the flaws for what.
Okay.
And then Attack the Clones is kind of an even worse symptom of everything. The Phantom Menace, kind of dipped its toes into the Attack of the Clones really is egregious with.
Okay. I see. You had a lot of Jar Jar stuff as a kid, Ray. The Jar Jar lollipop cover, Chelsea. Hey, you know what? It's like George said. Jar Jar. He's the key to all of this. He's the key to all of this. Don't you? It's Jar Jar. Don't you know? In a couple of years, man, we're gonna be worshiping Jar Jar Binks. What do
you think of the Darth Jar Jar stuff?
The Darth Jar Jar stuff. So, can I be honest? My legit thoughts on Darth Jar Jar. It was kind of funny until Disney started getting in on the joke themselves. You don't like that meme where like haha, this is funny, and then oh, here comes a corporation trying to get in on the joke. It's like, okay, well now you ruined it. It's not funny anymore.
Yeah, but I don't pay attention to what Disney does, so
Darth Jar Jar is just kind of a funny idea, haha, Jar Jar technically helped Palpatine gain power. It's all your fault. But it turns out he was a Sith Lord this whole time. Ooh, it's kind of a funny idea. It's more of a joke. But then now, you see now, Disney themselves, they're trying to get in the joke. It's now, Darth Jar Jar is in Fortnite, guys. Whoa! Haha! Disney's part of in on the joke. It's well, now it's not that funny anymore.
It was a really amusing, I think, idea when it came to early 2010s. Of just Jar Jar, this kind of dimwit is the mastermind, is one of the masterminds all along. It's really funny, but as a serious idea, I never really liked it.
Nah. But even I doubt Disney's ever gonna go yeah, we're taking 100% seriously, because it's Darth Jar Jar's in Fortnite, in fucking Fortnite. So I don't think but either way, even if they're not taking it seriously, it just still kind of feels like okay, well, haha, we're in on the joke too, guys. Isn't it funny, right? It's well, now you kind of killed the joke. Now it's really not that funny. So, even then, it wasn't really a gut-busting funny idea. It was just more like a novelty. That's kind of nifty, a little silly, but nah. So, I don't know. I guess the moral of the story is, Darth Jar Jar is fine. until Disney got in on the joke themselves, and then now it's not really that funny. So, so yeah.
Check out Megatron's shelf.
All right. What we got?
Yeah, again.
Hey, again. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I still.
Not
need
only
to-
that, but look a little bit above.
Yeah, the. Oh, what is that? I forgot what suit that is. That's
the. I know it's like it's a McGillis's mech.
right. I know I can recognize from like the arts, well, the mech design style. That's IBO. I just forgot which one it was. Yeah, yes, again. Hell yeah.
You hesitated, McGillis, because yeah, it's Mr. Epstein's mech.
Mr. Epstein's mad. Oh,
What,
Nick!
what did I walk into?
No, we're just talking about Gundam. That's all. That's all.
The Schwab. It's the Greys, the Schwab League Greys. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Also,
I didn't realize how he had high heels until looking at the mech.
also, I just remembered that Makuve is still alive in G-Quux. Makuve is still all around.
He's probably not gonna last.
Well, apparently, so from what I need to catch up. Last I remember, apparently Makuve's got like, I think he's got like, they say like Makuve like isn't like in charge of some stuff, and like you better like, ooh, you better not get on Makuve's bad side, or he's gonna punish you. So I still need to catch up. Like, I think they're implying that Makuve's running like prison camps or something like that.
I wouldn't be surprised. The man, like I believe that the man is just, doing a huge, like a huge just antique.
Mm-hmm.
He's involved probably in a huge antique ring, and he's got like slaves finding like Mesopotamian pots for him.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if Makuve's got prison camps going on. So oh, but also I do know also that last I remember from
Get me back in a second. I gotta move my clothes to the dryer.
Last I remember from G-Quux is I think like at the moment right now Zeon's going through like a whole big like power struggle between Giran and Cassilia. So and, what about the other zombies? I don't know. Who cares about them? Who cares about them? Like Garma just ditched out the military. He's like, I don't want to be part of this, guys. I'm out.
Karma became the governor of California. That's the one I had.
Like Garma's off doing God knows what. Giran and Cassilia, they're just like doing a whole like power struggle with each other and all that. So, yeah.
You know what? Dozel's probably busy being a father.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Dozel got his dream. They did mass-produce the Big Sam. So
that is true.
So he's happy they mass-produced the Big Sam. Good for Dozel. And then, was it Degwin? I don't know. I guess maybe he's dead or something. Who knows? Yeah. You know what? Dozel got his dream. He got the Big Sam mass produced. He's probably living a happy life with Minerva. So good for Dozel. So really right now with Zeon, the whole big thing is just Cassilia and Garma. Not Garma. Cassilia and Giran just spouting out with each other. So let's go.
This is kind of related to the topic because it's becoming a running joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's becoming a kind of running joke in like the Gundam fandom. So like Glove Shido, right?
Glove Shido.
Cody's little meme from like
yeah.
From Age of Extinction. That's kind of become a meme in and of itself in Star Wars, where it's like, Star Wars has so many characters in deep lore that they're now just called Glove Shidos.
Glove Shido.
So like it's come over to Gundam. So Glove, there's there's now a joke about Glove Shido where it's like, you get those fans who can bring up like this mobile suit that's only ever appeared once in a manga, that only like that's in Japan, that's all in Japanese, and like 12 people have read. So that's become like, that's become a Glove Shido. The funniest interaction that I have seen on X was it like I want to say it's Ollie. It was Ollie. Ollie Chingus?
I think so.
Ollie Barter. He's a great guy on Twitter. He's big into mecha. He's actually gone. He's gotten like professional success because he's
good for him.
He's become such an authority on mecha that the big one of the big exhibits has an exhibit on him. So huge mecha fan. No doubt about it. And so he refuted one of the new fans of Gundam, where they were complaining about the Black Tri-Stars.
Okay.
And then they were like, what do you
call the Black Tri-Stars? Glove Shido.
Yes. And Ollie went off on this guy. He's like, oh yeah, the Black Tri-Stars, people, characters that mention many different manga, many different pieces of anime, many video games, and even referenced in other Gundam media is a Glove Shido.
I just think it's just funny.
Can you really call anything in the original Gundam series a Glove Shido?
I don't know.
I don't think you really can.
I guess you don't really see anyone really talking about Garma's wife. Or was it fiance? I forgot. The woman who liked Garma. You don't really see people talking much about her. So I don't know.
Yeah, but she's not a mech.
Well, we're talking about the Black Tri-Stars are pilots. They're I guess I don't know. Maybe wanted to see on mobile suits.
Glove Shido is just a catch-all term for just this niche character or thing that has only ever appeared in few things, and only the diehard fans would know about.
I don't know. I guess that. Was it who's that one? Who's that one other red guy. Yeah, was Johnny or Johnny something, right? I guess he
Johnny
could be considered like a club shido.
I mean, you could, but like, if if you go deep into like, just like not even super deep into like MSV and all that, you'll and so like some of the mangas that come out, you would know about Johnny and maybe like Shin Matsunaga. So like,
Okay.
I guess you can call him a glove shido, but to me, I'm like Johnny's had a spotlight for so long that I think someone who wants to deep dive into Gundam wouldn't have to look hard to find him.
Okay. I see. Hey. Glove shido's just such a funny term. It's like, yeah, it's that character. Whatever his name is. Glove shido. Why not? You think George would actually make a Star Wars character named Glove shido if he had the opportunity?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, so his name is Glove shido, guys. George, really? That's his name? Yeah, that's his name, guys. You know, and then...
He named the jazz.
Yeah, you named it the Jizz
Analogy
Band.
Jizz. Not analogy, but
It's a Jizz Band. You know what? That's
Jizz Whalers.
You know what? That's why people didn't like Phantom Menace. They didn't have to. You didn't have the big band playing in the cantina.
He didn't have enough jizz.
Exactly. Gosh. Anyways, that was a huge ass tangent on Gundam, but I guess that brings us back to Star Wars now. Actually, real quick, one last thing though with Gundam though, it is still related though, because I just find it funny how it is now confirmed that fucking Jar Jar Binks. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay, but what's his actual name though? The actor again? I forgot.
Ahmed Best.
Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Yeah, Ahmed Best. He just went to George. It's like, so check this out. So like for like George's like, so like how are we gonna do a lightsaber fight and all that? So it's like, okay, George, I need you to check out this cool ass thing. It's called Char's Counterattack. Okay, I guess I could check it out. And then instead of just watching Amuro and Char duke it out in their mobiles, it's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Hey, that's pretty neat. So yeah, so thanks to Ahmed, Gundam helped George with some lightsaber fights. Thanks, Ahmed. You know, I'm also glad that people have been lightening up on Ahmed recently. Good. I'm glad. Really, just a lot of actors originally in like Phantom Menace and stuff. They admittedly got a lot of hate. That's just like a little like, yeah, that's a bit excessive. The fucking kid who played Anakin. People didn't really like him a lot. Though was it Jake Lloyd? I think. Yeah, Jake Lloyd. Though to be fair, I think like his mom or something, like someone close to Jake came out and said that it wasn't really Star Wars that made him quit act. Oh, we lost Nut. Oh, he's back. You good, Nut?
Yeah, the connection was starting to become crappy, and quite literally, Chings, I was just hearing you
Yeah, same here.
Same here.
Oh, wait, is it on my end?
Yeah, it was most likely on your end.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, stream's going. You're good.
Stream's going
on that front.
Okay, that's weird. I don't know. I guess it's a Discord thing. Thanks, Discord. Very cool. I love you. Okay. What was the last thing you guys heard?
You heard like always, about the actors. Just like, it's great that they're getting the recognition.
Yeah. I was saying how it's nice that the actors are getting some recognition now. Because admittedly, some of the hate that they got back then was a little excessive. like I was saying, like kid who played Anakin, Jake Lloyd, he got a lot of backlash for his performance. Though I was saying how recently, like someone close to Jake, I think it was his mom, came out and said that technically, while like there was the backlash from Star Wars, it wasn't that caused him to quit acting for a bit. It was a lot of just mental health issues.
Yeah, because he's suffering from a hereditary condition.
Ah.
Hey, who is?
Jake Lloyd, the kid who played Anakin in Phantom Menace.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that sucks.
Yeah, so like it was bullshit that that the backlash is what drove Jake Lloyd out of acting. In general, it was just like as he grew older, like he was starting to show symptoms. And so like it went to the point that he couldn't kind of live on his own. So like like accepting any roles would have also just been like a complete no-go.
Okay, I see. Yeah, so that's a shame, but still though, even if it wasn't the cause, it's a lot of backlash that he got as Anakin wasn't really. It was a bit excessive. Like George. At the end of the day, a lot of, like anything when it comes to like the performance, it really just comes down to George kind of has like a funny way of directing sometimes.
Well, I think a singular theme you can kind of tie a lot of the prequels to is focus.
Yeah.
Because like I think the prequels more so than any project before this. And Nick dropped out. Oh.
I'm back.
Okay.
All right. So like this is the making Phantom Menace and the other films. This is where not only did George get complete control over everything, but he was in charge of nearly everything. So he was in charge of the VFX. He was in charge of the script writing. He was in charge of he wasn't completely in charge of cinematography, but he was also just spending a lot of time with cinematography. He was spending a lot of time with like all the inner workings that the acting being not so great in these films. What to some people, because I still hold the idea that like you go back and watch The Phantom Menace, despite the fact you could tell that like Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor probably haven't gotten a lot of like information on their characters to fully kind of sink themselves in. You still get the sense of these two are still like they're grabbing whatever they got.
Yeah.
And they're really making the best out of it. Like I went back and watched like the Phantom Menace like 2 years ago for its re-release. And like I'm like Liam Neeson is really charming. Liam Neeson's really charming in this. He's
oh yeah.
Like his back and forth with Ewan is great. I think what makes, in my opinion, just what makes Jar Jar work the best in this movie is really just him. Because he's like such a straight man to Jar Jar. It really helps balance out a lot of like Jar Jar's kind of more overbearing qualities.
Yeah.
And like those those two really are the ones that really are just holding, as far as Phantom Menace is concerned, on the acting end. And we did mention Jake Lloyd. Jake Lloyd, of course, and I don't think he was the best to be chosen as Anakin. I am going to throw a bit of controversy here. Yeah.
Okay, just make sure.
Yeah, around this time, the neighbor's doggo would be dark.
I understand. Yeah, there's always like a time of day where I am where the neighbor's dog would just start just being really loud. It's like, damn dog, what's going on?
It's probably because of the stray cats, or maybe because of like the possums.
You got possums.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, I have a haul.
Oh, you do? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What do we got? Oh, Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Are these all blockies?
2 of them are.
2 of them are? Okay.
Oh.
Alright. Orion.
Yeah.
And then there's
Prima.
Alright.
And then, lastly...
Uh-huh.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Let me see what you got.
Lastly...
Oh, I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah. The asshole.
There he is. The most charming dictator ever.
Uh-huh.
I got a problem with this one.
Oh.
Let me see if you guys can find it.
Is it a noticeable problem?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's got 2 of the same arms.
Oh yeah.
No.
No?
Actually, I turned it around. Here's the thing though.
Okay.
Because you got regular.
Right. They misassembled it.
They misassembled it.
Okay.
Oh.
And I can't fix it.
Can you get a refund? Can you return it and get a refund for it?
I could, but honestly, the fact that this is the only Sentinel I found. And I just don't know when and if I'm ever gonna find another one. I'm just gonna go whatever.
I mean, how much is Sentinel?
No, don't get me another one.
You sure?
I'm sure.
No, get him 2.
Oh, true. Actually,
Drown him in Sentinels.
I don't know, for real, how much is he? Let me see.
Like 30-something. He's a Voyager. If you want to get me something, get me the Fallen.
Oh, leader class the Fallen? Okay. Amazon's gone for like $35 for Sentinel.
The Fallen?
No, Sentinel.
Oh.
I mean, here, I could look up Megatronus, because that's how he is under...
I know, I'm not a fan of that. The Fallen just sounds better.
Here, Megatronus leader class, what are we looking at? Oh wow, Amazon's already charging like more than $50 for him. Awesome. Okay, Hasbro
scalpers.
Okay, Hasbro Pulse. Is he still available on Hasbro Pulse? He's still available on Hasbro. Oh, but low stock though. Those fucking bastards. Oh.
He probably got to. We need to probably get him now.
Yeah, we're okay. Okay, yeah, that's what it is.
I will say this though. Despite the misassembly, not a bad figure.
Okay.
I'm just gonna pretend like his arm backwards is just not backwards.
Okay. Can you like rotate his wrist?
No, you can't.
Ah, so he's just got a backwards arm. Okay.
Yeah. So it actually is due to the transformation. Well, actually, technically due to the transformation, but honestly, I could have if I was there, I could have engineered it to just
Okay.
not like it feels like you could have added a swivel there, Hasbro. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, you know what you could do? You could display him with like, you know, like his like big, you know, battle mode, so that way, you know, like the hand is covered by, you know, the forearm, so it looks like he's just got his gun out all the time.
Oh yeah, I could always do that.
So, yeah. In Star Wars Tari Cassie, there's a character named Horror DJ. Okay. Now that's Club Shitto right there. That's Club Shitto. So, I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I guess speaking of Club Shitto, oh, go ahead.
I did want to mention before, like, controversially, I will say, Anakin should have been older. Yeah, like
should have or shouldn't have been.
Should have.
He should have been older.
Yeah.
He should have at the very least been like 15, 16,
14 at 14 at the earliest, maybe.
I guess, yeah. I mean, there are really good child actors out there, so. But
there is, but like
I could have been one of them, but they didn't give me a chance.
I think a problem that is faced once you go from Phantom Menace to Attack of the Clones is that because you switched out Jake Lloyd for Hayden Christensen. Hayden's barely got time to get fitted, get time to get used to this role. So you're telling, so not only is like George distracted and he's not giving like the great direction to his actors. You got Hayden, who's not. He's he's a very promising actor, but he's not experienced. So. The scenes where he's with Ewan is just great because Ewan's experience. He can help Gary Christensen to several really good scenes.
Yeah.
But then you stick him with Portman, and it's like, man,
that's like Portman. To be fair, okay. I think if there's one definitely like actress who I think is just the weakest performance throughout the prequel trilogy, it's gotta be Natalie Portman.
Queen Amidala, not Padme, the fucking queen, like the false one. Oh my gosh, rewatching that. Oh my gosh.
But Natalie Portman in general, I'm gonna be honest. I really don't care for Natalie Portman's performance throughout the prequel trilogy. Like even I was saying like how like rewatching Revenge of the Sith earlier this week, I was like, oh yeah, Revenge of the Sith, it was much better than I remember, and like there's still obviously there's still some problems with George kind of being distracted and all that. So like there's still some there's still gonna be some problems with like the acting, directing, and all that, but. Man, like, especially when it comes to, like, the emotional moments in Revenge of the Sith, like with Ewan, it really just, anytime Ewan and Hayden are together, magic is happening. Sure Hayden's, performance can still come across in, like, you underestimate my power, but you know what, to be fair, it's fine. Ewan, though, he's carrying.
To be fair, he did underestimate.
I remind you, that's 4 times. That's 10 times I've saved you. No, that business on insert plan here does not count.
Yeah. So like, Ewan and Hayden, magic's happening. But just anytime Natalie Portman's on screen, then things just kind of like, okay. So I'm gonna be honest. I just like that hasn't changed. Rewatching Phantom Menace as today. Natalie Portman. I just don't care about Natalie Portman. It's like yeah, she's there all right. She's there. But yeah. Also but no, you are right though, Nick. The queen herself. Yeah, no, that's not really that great either. So,
Also, whenever you do Attack of the Clones chase, hit me up.
Okay.
I'll join you for that one.
All right. So yeah, no, I just didn't really care for Natalie Portman. Were you gonna say something, now?
I was gonna say, the Sabe, the decoy. Is played by young Keira Knightley.
Huh.
So, good actress.
Not
Not in this one.
Not in this one.
Yeah, you could see like this is a very early role for her. Like,
Yeah, you gotta wait like what, like a couple of years till Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, 2003. Like till the Curse of the Black Pearl.
Yeah, you gotta wait a bit there till you get to Pirates of the Caribbean. So, like, yeah, you know, in the Pirates movie, Elizabeth Swann, yeah, she's pretty good. Here, yeah, nah. But Natalie Portman herself also just isn't that great either. Honestly, it's like, yeah, Natalie Portman sure is there, all right. So,
I also want to mention, the Chancellor is Terrence Stamp. So you not only had the universe been ruled by General Zod, and he gets succeeded by a worse person.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, General Zod's kind of been ruined a bit for me, because all I could think about is just, what was that? Yeah, showed
So
you.
that wasn't. So that's technically not Zod who flew at Superman, but still.
it's just funny though. Like that's all I could think
about.
In
Superman 2, what exactly was a cellophane S that Superman threw out at him, at that guy? Prepare to die, Superman. What was that?
Yeah, showed you, huh?
That was a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, that was the point. Slowed you down. I'll say.
Ow.
So, what was this thing though? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was just talking about actors. Overall, everyone's okay here. Really, it's just, you know, any problem just kind of comes down to George, George not being the greatest when it comes to directing the actors. But still, some actors, they still shine through. Really. Also just Qui-Gon Jinn himself, man. Rewatching Phantom Menace, like, yeah, no, Qui-Gon really was just the best choice for Anakin, because man, like,
yeah,
because man, rewatching Phantom Menace, just straight up, Obi-Wan himself, just straight up, just went, yeah, no, I don't really care about him.
Obi, even like, you know, even kind of divorcing myself just from a lot of like the extended material, you know, or like, you know, just like where I know like most of these characters from, like, you get a sense, you know, before the whole thing of, like, you know, Jedi children were taken very young, for all that sense. You get a sense from Obi-Wan is he doesn't like he he doesn't like the idea that like Anakin is also going to be training with him, because it almost just comes across as just someone, you know, being told that, oh, you're gonna get a new little brother, and he's like he's really, you know, he's really not gung ho about that. And also just Obi-Wan in general is just, I think Obi-Wan in general is just really pompous. And is very early in his young age. So like
that Qui-Gon, losing Qui-Gon really.
Yeah, nah.
It really forced him to grow up in that moment.
Yeah. Also,
for multiple reasons.
Also, Qui-Gon. Also, another reason why Qui-Gon really was the best choice for Anakin, because like Anakin, Qui-Gon just doesn't vibe with the Council. It's like, yeah. It's also just really interesting how like throughout the prequel trilogy, George really wanted to like kind of just push the idea like, yeah, this Jedi Council just kind of just another bureaucracy.
It's like George did really wanted to get across the idea that like the Jedi, not only did the Jedi fall because of Palpatine, it fell because of its own hubris.
Mm-hmm.
So like you get a lot of them, you know, like Mace Windu, he's not a bad guy.
No,
it's just like even, and you know what? You know, screw RLM. I'm gonna put the extended material in here because why not? You know, that's you know, like Star Wars is a big franchise. It's not just the movies. So like you get moments of like, hey, Mace Windu does care about a lot of the Jedi. He does care about Anakin. It's just he's
the one who has to put his foot down. Like he's the one. He's essentially has to play bad cop in a lot of situations.
Yeah,
and also he was just he became a Jedi. You know, part of history where the Jedi should not have been part of politics. They should not be.
No.
Not, you know.
So, yeah. That said though, like if you're not. That's it all. If you're just watching the movies alone, Mace Windu can kind of just come across as just kind of an ass. If you're just watching the movies, like throughout like Revenge of the Sith, like it's like, man, Mace really is just kind of being an ass here. But you know, obviously, you know, yeah, like you said, you know, he's just in this really weird situation. But it's just kind of funny though that like, you know, like if you're just watching movies, just. Hey George, so is this guy just supposed to be an asshole? Well, no, see, not really. You know, he's just, you know, kind of in a sticky situation. That's all. Don't worry about it. So yeah, even
he's the Prowl.
Yeah. So even Qui-Gon, Qui-Gon was like, Qui-Gon straight was like, well, if these guys aren't gonna fucking take Anakin, I guess I'll just do it myself. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, like Qui-Gon was just going to literally throw away his reputation because he just, you know, this kid might possibly be the chosen one, and also I need to be the one responsible to make sure that, you know, he is trained in the right ways.
Mm-hmm. And then he died. Thanks, Maul. Also, Maul also is just really fun. Maul and Phantom Menace is just really funny, because Maul really here is just kind of like he's a big bad. Besides Palpatine, he's a Sith Lord.
He was in so much marketing.
he's got the cool double-sided lightsaber. Hell yeah. And then when you watch Phantom Menace, he really is just an over-glorified goober. Like he's just a big goon for Palpatine to, you know, throw at the Jedi. All right, Maul.
He shows up in like,
go at them.
What was it? 3 scenes? Is that right?
It was more than 3 scenes, but like a lot of the times it was just like very minor stuff. Like he's just, All right, it's hey, this is my dude. Hey guys, so hey yo, Newt, hey yo Newt, my man. This here, his name is Darth Maul. Yeah, he's so cool. He's gonna help you guys out. All right, bye. It's just so funny seeing Darth Maul here, considering how just later on, I think Darth Maul is kind of a different case of unlike Anakin, where Anakin Clone Wars and the other expanded materials, just a completely different person than the movies, where Maul is kind of just an overglorified goon. So then the expanded materials and
really, you can
Clone Wars,
do whatever you want.
Yeah, they had the liberty to just do whatever they want, do and all that, and that's how you get Maul as he is today. And then now Disney won't let him go because Disney's like, okay, but Maul is really popular now. Thanks, Dave. Now we're gonna milk him till he's fucking dried husk. There's a Maul series. There's a Darth Maul series coming out, guys. Oh my gosh. Oh, aren't you excited? Oh.
It's gotten so bad that whenever I see Dave, Dave do press conferences anymore. He's not wearing the cowboy hat anymore.
No, he lost the cowboy hat.
This man's soul got sapped away so much that he just doesn't have the will to wear the cowboy hat.
Oh no! Oh, that's actually kind of legit sad. Man, he doesn't even have the will to wear the hat anymore. Damn. So, but yeah, so Maul here is just kind of funny. So, and again, they really did have the ability to just do what they want with Maul later on. So, Palpatine's Palpatine. Yeah, I was pulling the strings. I wanna baby Star Destroyers. Come again? I wanna baby Star Destroyers.
One more time.
I wanna baby Star Destroyers. I wanna put them in the dirt and cover them up.
You want Barry Star Destroyers?
I wanna put them in the dirt, cover them up.
Why?
So in 30 years or so from now, I will be the one pulling the strings all along. Something to do.
Donald!
Whoa! What the fuck is that? That's Snoke.
Whoa! What the fuck is that?
That's Snoke. I made Snoke.
Donald! I'm here, Donald.
Not now, Daddy's working.
No, I need it now, Daddy.
You really wanted titty milk?
Oh, yes, Daddy, I really need it.
Alright, come here.
Oh, yeah, sucky time. So, that's Snoke.
Yes, I made Snoke.
Why?
Eh?
You said you made Snoke. I want to know why.
So in 30 years or so from now, I'll be the one pulling the strings all along. Something there.
Adults wrote this fucking movie.
Thinking about Sidious's plan to just run the universe is actually kind of fun because it just involves not one but the death of two of his apprentices so that he can just brainwash Anakin to be his third apprentice. I was straight up just thinking that upon hearing this plan, Play just thought, man, this is too much. I really do think you should simplify this plan, and I think that's the reason why Palpatine killed him.
That's funny. Hey, actually, I forget. It's been a while since I've seen any of the original Star Wars stuff. Was he name dropped Palpatine in any of the original movies, or was it just Emperor?
Yeah, Emperor. It was Emperor in the original movies. In Empire, he was finally given the name of Palpatine, and then like Jedi proper, you got to actually see him.
Okay. All right. So yeah, Palpatine's pulling. He's Palpatine. He's pulling the strings. Yeah.
I love Palpatine.
Yeah. I like Palpatine. That's it. That's it. Overall, Phantom Menace. It's not as bad. I will say though. Rewatching one, I think George might have gotten a little bit lost with the pacing of the movie and stuff, because literally like half the movie, everyone's just stuck on Tatooine. Now to be fair, like you got this is you got to build up like Anakin and all that, but like it's just kind of funny how like just like a lot of like for a good chunk of the movie, like it's just going pretty fast. Like okay, Jedi are on the ship. No, they got caught. No, now they're on Naboo. There's Jar Jar.
And then they gotta go talk to Brian Blessed Bossa Nova to get his blessing.
Exactly. Then they go rescue the Queen. Then they get stuck, and then after that, just stuck on Tatooine for like half the movie. And then they go to Coruscant, and then it's just like it's not even like halfway through, like the time it takes on Tatooine, it's like half the movie. So like by the time they finally get off of Tatooine, we're already like a good chunk of the way into like the third act of the movie, and it's like. And then, like it seems like George's like, okay, actually now we gotta start picking up the pace again. I may have gotten too lost in the sauce there with Tatooine. Sorry guys, my bad. So it's just funny how like the beginning of the movie was actually really quickly paced, and then we're just on Tatooine. Okay, guys, I kind of got lost as in the sauce. Okay, we gotta pick things back up. All right, we're back to all the other plans now. So it's just I just find that really funny. Also Phantom Menace in general is just kind of interesting because like the overall premise of this movie is like George wants to tell like kind of like this like sort of like political like thriller sort of like story going on. But then the political thriller story kind of just like ends up eventually just kind of getting put on the back on like just gets put in the back seat because once we're on Tatooine now we gotta focus all on Anakin, it's just kind of interesting like okay like some kind of thriller, but then but even then like even before Tatooine already like that like political thriller sort of story he wanted to tell just kind of ends up getting put in the backseat like really quickly because then we get Jar Jar, Misa Jar Jar Binks, Misa Jar Jar, and then that's why and then you get kind of like funny stuff.
Misa can talk. Being able to talk does not make you an intelligent being. It's my favorite line.
Nod, how do you feel? How do you feel when Hugh Grant said that in a few years we're gonna start worshiping Jar Jar?
I mean, he's not technically wrong. Because Jediism is a recognized religion.
It is? Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it actually easy to just tell the government you're a religion?
Yeah.
It is. Oh wow. Okay.
That's why a lot of cults pop up because you can't. Okay, you need to really prove why this is not an actual this is not an actual religion and actually dangerous organization. Which really quick, so we can get back to the topics. Well, one of the reasons why, like, for the longest time, like any
how you wearing shoes inside? Are you dumb? Look all the girl you dragged in.
Oh, we got a new follower. IBN Haram?
Haram?
Haram? I don't know, something Middle Eastern. What does haram mean again?
It means like haram. Like haram. No, I could be wrong.
Hold on, look this up. Haram. Forbidden or unlawful. So I don't know.
Absolute haram.
Absolute haram.
But really quick,
you know who's haram?
Who?
My mom.
My mom. All right. Well, hello, haram. I guess.
We could.
Uh-huh.
Like that was the reason. That's the reason why for like Scientology. Like, even though there was attempts to try to get the government to recognize that it is a dangerous organization, not a religion as they claim to be, and try to strip them of their tax exemption. Dumb people on the internet ruin that. So like now it's us now, like, slowly, like, they gotta piece back everything together to against. But back to Star Wars. About the I did mention like that I think this would be better. I think this would be better if Anakin was older. Anakin was, because the advantage of the original trilogy was Luke was late teens, early 20s.
He was a young man.
He was a very young man, and you get that sense of, hey, you get that sense of, hey, he wants to leave Tatooine. He knows that there is something out there that he is not sure of, but he knows that there is something out there that is calling to him.
Yeah,
and that's where the call of adventure and all that stuff comes from. I think it is interesting that just like Anakin himself, even though like he and his mother are kind of slaves. Anakin is sort of chill about his entire life. He has friends. They like his very wizard friends. I love wizard is such a great phrase. We need to bring that back.
I know.
Like,
it's getting real late. I got head out.
All right.
Have a good night. You get that sense, like, I like that. It is kind of differentiating him from Luke, where Anakin doesn't really have the lust to want to go out, and he wants to do right by his mom, and he wants to show that's a Bulba, that he's the best father he's ever. But I think maybe just like having someone a lot more older in the role would have been better. Where like not too old, but just like someone like where you can still get along with the idea that this is meant to be like the character that a lot of the kids can empathize with and be like put themselves in their shoes. And make the kind of the age gap between him and Padme
less awkward.
Less awkward.
That's right, the age gap.
My man. I love Cody's tweet. It's just like this man.
I love Cody in general.
Just this man, tries to go after the girl 3 times his age. The entire first.
I could find the tweet.
I love that tweet.
I love Cody when he talks about stuff.
The entire first date, he's complaining about sand. After that, he goes and kills a village of sand people.
Isolated weirdo finally goes on his first date with his crush, complains the entire time, cuts her off, massacres entire village, still gets the girl.
How does he do it?
I love. Also, just a comment underneath that. I also love she married him 1 week after he killed children.
I didn't kill just the men. I killed the children.
He slaughtered them like animals. He hates them. I love Cody just talking about. I love Cody just talking about some stuff. It's great. Also, every time you mention Sebulba, all I could think about is just Vader coming back in his fucking TIE fighter.
Fuck you,
Sebulba. Fuck you, Sebulba.
I know. I love whoever. One of us came up with the idea. I don't remember who. But there was a good period where I just kept playing that Lego Star Wars level as the fucking TIE fighter because of it.
Sebulba, eat shit. I love now that it is confirmed that Sebulba did in fact survive the crash in the pod race. So Vader coming back to pod race him in this TIE fighter is an actual thing that can happen. Remember me, Sebulba? So, yeah, but then, anyway, I kind of got really distracted. Long story short, I was trying to say was how George had a lot of ideas he wanted to do, and he wanted to and it seemed like he just really wanted to cram it all into a 2-hour-long movie, even though he was already making a trilogy, and then George's like, okay, but then it really is just the, I don't know, I feel like I can somewhat understand. I really can kind of sort of understand George's mindset, because George seems really, we were talking earlier about how George just every re-release home re-release of Star Wars has some new change back when he had total control over it. So George really is just the type of guy where he'll probably go halfway through filming something. He's like, wait, okay guys, but hear me out. What if we also added this in as well? There's a CGI dinosaur that's just walking around. It'd be really cool, guys. It'd be really cool. It's cause I kind of understand George, the artist mindset of you're always wanting to improve upon your craft and all that. It's you look back at your older stuff and I could do better, and you're working on something halfway through and you go, okay, but what if I do this instead? I get where he's coming from, It's just the problem is, which is just a kind of overall problem with the prequel trilogy we were mentioning, is just no one was there to tell George, okay, hold on, George, let's just bring it back in, okay, George, hold on a minute. No one was there to like make George hesitate. Hold on a minute, George. Are you sure this is a good idea? Instead, everyone's like, no, this is a good idea, George. No, this is a good idea. You guys really think so? You know, like for example, like Jar Jar Binks himself. George clearly wanted like a fun little like comedic character that like everyone can like get along with. You know, he's a lovable goofball that everyone's gonna love. You know, everyone's gonna like him. And then it's also just I remember we were talking about it before, how like we saw like storyboards George had for like Phantom Menace, and how like Jar Jar was so clearly supposed to be like it's like almost like a fucking like Looney Tunes character, you know, like eyes bulging out, ah! And like and you can see how like I think not you were the one who said this, how like George probably thought like CGI would be like a cool way to like bring like this Looney Tunes character into you know like act alongside, you know, these real actors and all that, you know. And plus like, you know, like CG was like this like new innovative technology, and George really wanted to, you know, like test out this new technology for his arts. Like, oh, you know, this can help bring my, you know, Looney Tunes character to life, Jar Jar Binks. It'll be great. It'll be great. But then, you know, like a lot of times like and anything that like would make like Jar Jar feel like overbearing, it just comes down to George just kind of people telling George like, let's rein it in. You know, you don't want people to get too tired of Jar Jar real quickly. It's like no, it's great. Everyone's gonna love Jar Jar. He's the key to he's the key to all of this.
Yeah, like Jar Jar, he's the funniest character we've ever had. We can get Jar Jar to work. Yeah, everything would work out.
So, yeah, but overall, I gotta say, rewatching Phantom Menace, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I like Revenge of the Sith a little more, but Phantom Menace it's neat. And any problem with it, it really isn't that bad. I just really like trying to understand what George's mindset was, like trying to understand what he was trying to do with the movie.
I do disagree with George on somewhat that I think these movies should have had Obi-Wan as the protagonist. Like obviously Anakin is the most important character of you know the trilogy. You know, quite literally, this is the story of how he, you know, becomes a Jedi and then falls into temptation and becomes like a global warlord by Palpatine's side. You know, that I get, but like I think, you know, like because a lot of these films, you know, they feel like because that was his original, that was like the original like for his original draft even back in the 80s was he wanted the like he wanted to have the story be focused on Obi-Wan as he's molding, helping to teach and train Anakin. And like, you know, it becomes that tragedy he always kind of wanted for Star Wars, because the original trilogy was potentially also going to be turned into a tragedy. You know, because Return of the Jedi originally was going to have Luke kill Vader and assume his role by Palpatine's side. And then like were going to stop them. You know, like they were going to stop them by destroying the Death Star, and like it was going to be like a kind of like a the war is over, yay! But like at the risk of of a good man falling to the dark side. But again, someone told George, hey, maybe this shouldn't end so sad, and this should have like a very happy ending where like Luke completes his training. He fully becomes a master, and at that moment, he his words of his words of hope touched his father and allowed them to finally fulfill the destiny and kill Palpatine. Bringing order to the galaxy.
Yeah.
So like obviously the prequels were going to be that tragedy he always wanted to make. But I feel like not only should Obi-Wan should have been the protagonist. I am surprised that Bail Organa is not a bigger character than he should be in these
Bail Organa
in these movies, because not only is he Leia's adopted father, but it's like if you're gonna make this story about if you're going to have these stories be about politics and all that stuff, he's a good character to kind of help Obi-Wan and Anakin brush up on what is happening in the Outer Rim. Because these are two Jedi. These are two Jedis where they've been knee deep in a war for their for most of their lives up to that point, so they wouldn't be in the know of what is happening in the greater universe. So I really do feel like you should have expanded on Bail Organa and maybe have him be bigger than he actually was.
Yeah. But hey, we got Jar Jar though.
Good Jar Jar.
we got Jar Jar.
And we got. Oh, go ahead.
No, what were you gonna say?
I was also gonna say, yeah, we got Nute Gunray.
That's right, we got Nute Gunray. Yeah, everyone loves Nute Gunray, right?
Everyone loves.
Got to pitch a tent in his waiting room.
Ugh, Yoda, what is it? And is it gonna take long?
Oh, Yoda, what do you need? It will take longer than 5 minutes. I am absolutely swamped with paperwork. I gotta get these new TIE Fighter registration forms down by a Debbie accounting by 6. Otherwise, Nute Gunray's gonna pitch a tent in my waiting room.
He's gonna pitch a tent in my waiting room. Ah, oh, that's great. Ugh, what is? Can I also just say real quick? Can I just say, I think also, in my mind, I can never. Palpatine's voice is just always gonna just be Seth. I just really love Seth's Palpatine voice. Yeah, but Palpatine. Vader, my man, how's it going? What? What's going on? hold up, Vader. What? What do you mean they blew up the Death Star?
Oh, fuck.
Ah, fuck! Who's they? What the hell is
That's
an
an aluminum falcon?
Okay, whatever. What's left? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, where are you?
Oh, gosh. You must smell like...
Wait, you're telling me you spent 2 weeks flying through space trying to get a signal? Oh, you must smell like feet wrapped in leathery burnt bacon.
Can also say just another favorite one is the... I wish they went through it, but the deleted...
I know. I love the deleted scene of like the fucking like.
No. This is good. This is good.
This is good. See, you're stroking him, and hearing this, I felt like that would have been a good offer. Where you had messed up, however, was you
cut his hand off. Yeah, you cut his hand off before.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Maybe you should make your offer before you cut his hand off.
Join me, Luke, and together we can overthrow the Emperor and rule the galaxy as father and son.
I'm just going to assume you were.
Oh yeah, no, totally. I was just blowing smoke up his ass. Don't worry about it.
That's what I told everyone.
Yeah, no. Rule the galaxy. That's very funny. I love Seth from Star Wars. Anyways, Phantom Menace. Yeah, it was nice. Attack of the Clones this was, I guess it's gonna really test my patience with George. So, yeah. Them. He's the key to all of it. It's Jar Jar. He's the key. He's great. Good for you, George. Good for George. I don't know. I can't be too mad at George. He fascinates me. I wanna know more about George. I don't know.
When we watched the not robot chicken clip where George is getting really mad at Mara Jade.
I love that clip.
Yeah, I don't know. I really just want to understand George better. No. Next guy we're gonna talk about, though, I don't think we really want to know him any better. I like how you, what we're gonna talk about now, you described him not as just a grease ball. Why do you call Randy greasy?
One.
You'll learn.
Yeah, one, it's a running joke. Two, it's you will learn soon enough, Genghis.
I mean, I what I know already. Yeah, no, I don't like Randy, but like it's just interesting that you used the word greasy to describe him.
Genghis, Randy, he's not like other video game executives where they're kind of they live to blow smoke up your ass.
Mm-hmm.
They say things and don't really deliver all that much. Randy becomes a little bit extra.
Oh, okay.
And he, I don't want to insinuate things that I have no evidence for, but like, he feels a lot more sleazy. Yeah. Just from what has come out about him
I see.
Alright. I'm gonna cover Alien Colonial Marines. Originally, I wanted to cover this last stream when it was 426. The Alien Day, the day of celebration. But I didn't get the chance to. But now I'm making it up for today, which is now May the 4th for me. So I'm going to celebrate Star Wars Day by talking about something that could exist in a galaxy far, far away. Probably.
Maybe.
I mean, hell, like Death Troopers are a thing. So I wouldn't entirely be against the idea of the xenomorph probably being part of the RIM system. But okay, so Aliens Colonial Marines is a 2013 first-person shooter. It was developed by Gearbox Software and it was published by Sega. It is obviously set in the Alien universe, and it takes place after the second film in the series, Aliens. It involves a unit of Colonial Marines who were dispatched by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation to see if they could rescue the survivors of the Sulaco who vanished, and possibly as possibly as it were, as is appropriate for WY, try to recover any sample and cover the whole situation up. So this game was initially announced. It was initially announced around 2006, 2007. So it took 7 years. It took 7 years for this game to be developed. You may be wondering why it took so long. You'll see. You'll see.
Okay.
So this is a first-person shooter. There's nothing really amazing that it does as a first-person shooter. It's quite simple. If you ever played a Call of Duty game or any sort of first-person shooter, you know what to get into. You got the Colonial Marines loadout, pistols, shotgun, pulse rifles, grenades, flamethrowers, a smart gun for 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes.
Ching one of the behind the scenes advertisement for the game was, oh man, you get to use a smart gun, and you get to finally see how it feels to use something, that's really cool. 5 minutes, Chingus. You ever get to use that thing for 5 minutes?
For 5 minutes.
And that's it.
Hey, when we were playing Colonial Marines, did we ever even get to that part? Or did the
Yeah.
game? Oh, we did.
Like that was. Remember when we first got to Hadley's Hope? The you got to use the smart gun. And then we cleared out that one section, and then I picked Ultimate Badass, just as a joke to feel like, we're playing on the hardest difficulty. But I really think that the game was like, I really do think like that difficulty is so bullshit that we couldn't advance past the hallway.
Yeah.
Because this game is made on popsicle sticks and glitter, so like that mode probably is just so fucking broken that like they.
Where did the money go for this game?
Oh, I'll tell you, James. I'll tell you.
Okay.
So, so like obviously you get motion trackers, which are kind of useless. Like
kind of useless.
The AI is one of the worst things about this game, because all the xenomorphs, they're all made out of like the mentally challenged of Hadley's Hope. Let's be honest here. They all rush at you without a care in the world, and like they famously, this game had a very, very funny bug that presented itself in release, where the xenomorph, one of the most famous aspects of the xenomorph is that it is, a lot of its limbs are bioadhesive. Like it could walk on, like crawl on walls. That's how it's able to use vent systems in order to move around the area to ambush like other life forms. Now imagine these creatures who are known for climbing walls. Imagine if, like, for some reason they just decided not to climb walls and just start running on their hind legs towards you, like some kind of zombie. That was the bug that had happened, where one letter was not where it should be. So now your xenomorphs not only rush towards you like drunken uncles, they also can't connect to the environment like they should. So yeah, obviously in the year of our Lord 2025, there's a fix for that now.
Oh, there is. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we put on the when we did play the game. Remember, Chengiz? Are they?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I don't remember if like that fix worked or not. Because I remember there were times where like there was just like a xenomorph just like floating mid-air.
Well, to be fair, this is still a very broken game. Outside of like that the fix, there's still a lot of issues this game has.
Okay.
But like, yeah, like we tried to fix that issues. Of course, like I said, doesn't resolve everything. And apparently, in this game about aliens, where you expect that, hey, you be shooting aliens, for some reason you're being attacked by Weyland-Yutani mercenaries.
Sure.
This game about getting to fight aliens has suddenly just become Call of Duty. What the hell?
Why not? Yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
I'm really not gonna talk about like the multiplayer. I barely even touched the goddamn multiplayer. There are xenomorph variation in this game. There's a giant xenomorph that acts as like a tank that could use its head fin is actually in the shape of like a hammerhead. And it uses that to like bash things in front of it. And there's also like the only creative segment that this game ever has is when you lose your weapons, and you're stuck in a room where there are these xenomorphs that are just they're even like they by even the definition of xenomorph, they are blind. They cannot see a thing, and they're attracted by sound. And once they get to the source of the sound, they blow up.
They blow up.
So you get this really cool Whalers, yes, exactly. So you get this really great moment where like this game can actually have something interesting happen, where you're trying to sneak around these obviously like even even more deadly variation of xenomorph, so you can get back to a safe enough area. It doesn't happen for long, but it's the one standout thing in this game.
All right.
Okay, so this game has like a progression system. It's kind of pointless. It's
kind of pointless.
You don't really get like there's nothing you can really use the points on. It feels superfluous. A cool thing that you can do is throughout the game there will be there'd be opportunities where you can search the level and find not only just like dog tags and audio logs, for like lore in case you give a shit about that type of stuff. You can also find a lot of the weapons that several of the characters from the hit movie Aliens use. So you get to find, I think you get to find Grauman's pistol. You get to find Hudson's pulse rifle. You get to find damn, why am I forgetting his name? Hicks's shotgun. You get to find Vasquez's smart gun. And you get to use it for like 5 minutes. So you get to have like and also like I think once you find all the legendary weapons, you get access to Ripley's pulse rifle that she used in the film, which has the flamethrower attachment and all the other stuff that she used against the beasties.
The beasties. That's what we're calling them.
Yeah, that's what I'm choosing to call it. She went up to the queen and she said, "Get away from her, you B word." And and then she shot her out of space.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this because, to be honest, screw this game. Yeah, screw this game because who's gonna care about like a 7-year-old game at this point? Hicks just survives.
Woo! Yeah.
For some reason, it makes no sense, despite the fact that, like, I think in this, Newt probably is still dead, because like this game is still quote unquote canon.
Oh, let's go.
But Alien 3 is still supposed to be canon as well. So I guess Newt is still dead, but now like Hicks is alive.
Is there a second Hicks I wasn't aware of?
Maybe.
Let's go.
You're Hicks. He's Hicks. I'm Hicks. Is there any other Hicks I'm aware of?
Meow.
Hoorah.
Hoorah.
So yeah, like, okay, so we get to talk about the development.
Ooh.
So I've said it before that like development for this game kind of started around like 2006, 2007. It was at this time Gearbox released a entry into their very popular, at the time they're very popular, like tactical first person shooter series called Brothers in Arms. Brothers in Arms is a, like, I don't know if I can call it a cult series, but it's people who played Brothers in Arms really loves Brothers in Arms. So it's a series that tried to set itself apart from like the Call of Duty at the time by being a very different sort of military shooter.
Okay.
And so Gearbox Software which is owned by Randy Pitchford, who is a former employee of 3D Realms, who developed a lot of games. Most importantly, 3D Realms developed Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem is sort of important to the story.
Oh, okay.
So around this time, 2006, like Gearbox had the eye of, because apparently Brian Martell, the creative director for Gearbox, met with Ridley Scott, and they had to talking about like a potential game for the series that may have the benefit of being, canonized. So after they released, Brothers in Arms Road to Hill 30, they shopped around trying to look for existing intellectual properties that can potentially develop a game for. Some of the games, some of the IPs they had in question was, another Ridley Scott film, Blade Runner. Or Michael Mann's 1995 film Heat. I mean, to be honest, like a first-person shooter game based on Heat would actually not be probably be interesting.
It would be interesting.
What was that? What were you gonna say?
No, I was just wondering how that would work, like, cause like, are you gonna be playing as Val Kilmer? Is that so that way you could get into arguments, threaten your wife, but then she bails you out at the end?
Exactly.
Cause I don't know if it'll be satisfying to play as Robert De Niro and just end up getting shot.
Robert De Niro, you find a woman you fell in love with and think, maybe I can't get out of the game. Maybe I can change my life for the better. And then you get surrounded by the cops. You have to make sure that the girl that you fall in love with gets out safe, and then you get shot by the guy who's having marital problems.
Exactly.
So like upon the discussion with Scott, and it came to like the talking about the alien universe. So Gearbox approached 20th Century Fox, and Sega, who bought the rights to publish like any games based on the Alien franchise. They came with them with an idea of, hey, we want to do something with this, and they gave them complete freedom to do whatever the hell they want with it. So they were going to make it into a first-person shooter because, like, why not? This is a game where, like, of course, the AVP franchise, the AVP games were very famous for being first-person shooters. So that idea is, it's tried and true, and you can still do things with that. So during production, you had Sid Mead, who helped James Cameron work on Aliens to help design like the Shalako and like Hadley's Hope, a lot of the environments. They got to work. He got to provide ideas for the game and just help make the game look as close to the movies as they possibly could. They had like their regular writers. Like they had their regular writers handle the script, and also just some of the writers from like the 2004 Battlestar Galactica series was helping out, because during this time the 2007-2008 Writers Guild strike was happening. So this is another game that could be affected by.
Let's go.
It wasn't halted by the strike, but it was affected by the strike nonetheless.
All right. Is this
so?
Now, would this be a case like Revenge of the Fallen, where the strike really wouldn't do much in the long run?
Not really, because a lot of the problems the game have, apart from just having like the story is not really that good. It's just a lot of the problems this game has is something that I'm about to mention very, very, very soon coming up.
Oh, okay.
So by 2008, 2009, so Gearbox is credited as main developer.
Okay.
But there was a time where development was being handled by several different developmental studios. Well, you got. This was because 2008, around 2009, they were getting ready to finish. The game that Gearbox is putting all of its effort into. It is the game that kind of solidifies their name as a game developer. I'm of course talking about Borderlands.
Okay.
So they released Borderlands. Like Borderlands actually becomes a really big success. And it's a big success for a new IP. And then interesting things were starting to happen.
Oh.
So while they were helping with while Gearbox was helping with development, most of the development was being primarily handled by different studios that were all staff and had a lot of the resources they had a ton of the resources where where even if Gearbox is not fully paying attention to it, this other team at least understands enough to where they want the game to go, to where you could let them, you can let them do their thing with some with supervision, of course. But then you got Gearbox taking on another project.
Oh.
This project was a game that took a decade to develop and get out.
Oh.
And that project was Duke Nukem Forever. I do want to talk about Duke Nukem Forever one of these days on the pod, but all you just need to know is that Duke Nukem Forever's problems are also in a way kind of linked to the problems of Alien Colonial Marines.
Ooh. Okay.
Because I'm gonna spread some some unsubstantiated, some rumors, innuendos. Even though apparently Gearbox won the lawsuit, I'm not entirely convinced of their innocence. But so while they had projects like Colonial Marines that's been happening since 2006, they've overtaken Duke Nukem Forever, which started development back in 1998. So while this was also happening, because of the critical and commercial success of Borderlands, development for Borderlands 2 was fast-tracked. So they only went full sail into Borderlands 2. even when a game is very successful financially, the thing is, the thing is, you start to kind of, there's a question that starts kind of coming up to you is, okay, you've started development on Borderlands 2 right away.
All right.
And this was still 2009, so like Borderlands, the original game, was still fresh out. You're probably thinking to yourself, wait, they haven't gotten all the money yet, have they? Like, I'm willing to believe that there was a ton of money from the success of the first game, where they did pour into the development for Borderlands 2. But in the same year, they in the very same year that they released this one game, suddenly for some reason, they were already going to start to make a second game.
Sure, why not? Why not?
They couldn't have gotten all the money that Borderlands has made in its lifetime already.
So
where are they getting that money? And the reason why this was an idea that was brought up was because Timegate Studios, the people who were people who were picked to place, who were picked to outsource Colonial Marines to when they got all the files that was apparently dedicated to Colonial Marines, and this was late 2010s.
All right.
Timegate said very little progress was made. They one employee said that the files they got was just a program that was just a collection of unrelated assets of different lighting and shadow renders.
Wow. Okay.
So Timegate had to completely make up for 90% of a game that was game that there was a where I think it was 2010's E3. We got the trailer for Colonial Marines, and it's a very well-known trailer. It was the game. It was a trailer that actually sold everyone on the game. It was a trailer of just the squad of Marines looking over at Hadley Hope, trying to see what's going on. And the reason why everyone was excited about the trailer because it looked like gameplay footage. So you got the idea of, oh, this is what the game's gonna look like. This actually looks pretty good. This looks very promising.
that's clearly not what happened.
We soon know, 3 years later, Changus. I will just tell you this. Because of that gameplay trailer, it is required by law that if you release like a pre-rendered or CG trailer, you need to put underneath it, this is no way, like, what is depicted is no way what is depicted
is not what's actually in the game.
Is in no way indicative of gameplay. That trailer is what completely screwed over,
Okay.
Like really blew open the hole of how much like trailers, how much trailers that are used for like trade shows and all that stuff. No, are not just indicative of not what the final product is, also just the lies that were happening at the time during the industry. So Timegate, had to scrounge, had to are the only ones developing this game.
All right.
Because Gearbox is focused primarily on Borderlands 2. And they had to stop and start, development multiple times because the narrative designers were caught between writing, vision on Borderlands 2 and trying to get any work done on Colonial Marines. So huge swaths of the game is being developed without any sort of idea behind what the narrative is going to be, what any of the levels were going to be about.
Right.
All they had was just the designs from Sid Mead onto what their Sulaco, what Hadley Hope is going to be. So a lot of the development team was just working blind. There was constant disagreements. There were constant disagreements over what the game design wanted to be. Sega actually was the one who wanted to turn Colonial Marines into a lot more like a Call of Duty game, and that's when they pushed the idea of having fewer aliens and having more of the mercenaries to shoot at.
Okay.
And so few people from Gearbox and Timegate pushed back against that.
I see. Okay.
And so, a lot of the graphics that both the press demo from E3 and some of the test builds that they were doing, because obviously they look nice, they look nice from E3, and because these people are working with high-end computers because they're meant to, that's their job. They need to work with the top of the line stuff that can handle a lot of stress. But the problem is this stuff is not meant to be on a this type of fidelity and and these shaders are not meant to be used on like a PlayStation 3 or an Xbox. So they had to completely downgrade them and make them just look like shit.
I see.
So all forms of like art, like aesthetics and like art design is just thrown out the window because this because development that they put on this game, they didn't have anyone who went, hey, we need to figure out how to format this to like the current generation consoles at the time. So quite literally, it's like painting the Mona Lisa and then realizing, wait, you can't put it in the Louvre like this because it's not going to fit in the painting. So you just decide, okay, I'm going to draw the Mona Lisa smaller in crayons.
Sure, why not? Why not? Nothing can go wrong. Okay.
And you know what's the fun part about this entire thing is?
What?
TimeGate didn't completely realize that they were the only ones that were doing development on the game.
Huh.
Even though part of them probably should have been suspicious because they were working on, like a box of scraps. Not in a cave, but might as well be. Like they were starting to get suspicious that Gearbox probably was leaving them in the middle of the ocean without paddle.
I see.
And when after the release of Borderlands 2, Gearbox took the project back because like part of me thinks it was probably because Sega was starting to ask questions. And they needed to get the project back to pretend to the company whose money they took that they were working on the game. They took back the project, and then they gave shit to TimeGate because their build of the game couldn't run properly on PlayStation 3.
Oh.
Imagine this company just gives you a game that was like 10% just flickering lights, and then they come back to you and say you did a shitty job. This can't run on PlayStation 3.
Okay.
And so this game had to be out the door by February 2013 because at this point, Sega, like this game has been in development for 6 years. Sega needs it out. It's not going to grant any sort of extension. So this is when both TimeGate and Sega are starting to act. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? And so, like, from what we now know, apparently it took 9 months for them to take what was done by TimeGate and put it into a quote unquote workable state.
I see.
And then Randy.
Oh, it's not over. Let's go. All right. Randy's coming in now. What do you do now?
Randy said, "Oh, TimeGate did 20 to 25% of the development time.
Okay.
Which there are employees at TimeGate. We can act right now.
Mhm.
They can tell you that like pretty much they had to get the game to be in a state where it could at least function on something. Because again, like when they got the project initially, it was just shares.
Yeah, I see.
So Randy Pitchford, this
Mhm.
company is not only telling you did a shitty job because it doesn't work on PlayStation 3,
Right.
he's also taking the credit of the work you put into.
Randy, you bastards.
And then we get to my favorite part, Chingus.
Oh, wow. Okay. That wasn't even the favorite part. Alright.
We get to the medieval times part.
Okay.
Chingus, there is a restaurant that came out of Orlando.
Okay.
Called it's a dinner and a show type of restaurant called Medieval Times.
Oh, right. I know about medieval times.
So yeah, so you know, it's like, oh, it's supposed to be like a pop culture type of thing, where it's like it's supposed to be, you know, in the medieval times, but you get to eat like mutton and like, you know, food that quote unquote was during that time, but not really, because and you get to see like people, trained actors, joust. So Randy and I believe it was the staff at Gearbox had a company outing. They just went to a medieval times.
So just go to all right.
And there was Randy, when they all arrived, Randy apparently in his pockets he had a thumb drive.
Oh.
After they left, and after they had, you know, the food and they had their party, they left. Randy forgot about the thumb drive because it fell out of his pocket.
Oh my gosh.
So
how
someone what was that?
I'll let you continue.
So someone found the thumb drive and they put it into their computer. And not only, Chingus, was this a thumb drive containing sensitive data based on the intellectual properties, financial records, a ton of data on Gearbox, Sega, a lot of their partners. Not only did that thumb drive have that stuff, but also just had a folder, Chingus, of pregnant jailbait porn.
What? What?
And when
hold up. What? Okay.
So you know, this thumb drive containing, you know, sensitive records, you know, was left by the CEO of this company. But when someone asks Randy Pitchford, well, why is this drive that contains, you know, your public records not only forgotten by you at a medieval time, why is it also filled with very questionable porn about young, seemingly pregnant women doing dirty things. One question about this. You want to hear what Randy Pritchford said?
Oh, do tell.
He said those women were magicians because the stuff they did was magic.
Well, obviously, don't you know? You know, getting pregnant, childbirth. That's not science. That's just magic right there. Goodness, no one knows how it's done. They're just magicians. Wow. I need Penn and Teller to tell me how the magic works. They gotta show me how this works. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, right. That is one of the reasons why I call Randy a slime ball. Like, he is greasy.
He's greasy. Gosh. Wow.
So, not only is this man with his weird fetishes also trying to take someone else's credit. Not only did he blamed them for not getting the work done in a way that is satisfactory to him. He is also taking their credit. And then,
oh, let's go.
I love this. Was one of the things that Nick actually pointed me to, or
what you telling Nick?
I don't remember. It could be anything.
Or during press conference, I don't know if it was during the release of Aliens Colonial Marines or before the release. But Randy Pitchford started going into damage control mode because potentially he knows that Sega is going to start suing them. And so he basically goes, well, you see, a game about a game about aliens, deserves to be a 5, 6 out of 10. Cengiz, this man was about to say, the reason the game is made, because this is a franchise you shouldn't deserve much from. That was his defense. The game would just be a 5, 6 out of 10. Randy.
Wow. That was... What was Randy's involvement with the Borderlands movie again?
He was a producer.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what was Randy's excuse for the Borderland movie?
At first he said the Borderlands movie was going to be hard R. It was going to be bloody. It's going to have all this stuff. And then when the Borderlands came out, he's like, well, we wanted to make a family picture. I'm like, I don't think this man was ever good at making lies. I think he just lies so much that he's just lying to himself.
Wow. I saw the Borderlands movie now. That's That's a family movie, all right. Hey, Randy. Yeah, sure. That's it's a family movie. You know, you got Kate Blanchett, and then Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, they're. You know what? Actually, you know what? Now I understand. They had Jack Black as what the fucking dumbass robot. What's the robot's called again?
Claptrap.
The Claptrap, the fucking piece of shit robot. I don't even know if he's actually that bad in the games or not. I just know him from the movie. Jack Black was annoying there, you know. But hey, he's got Jack Black. You know that obviously makes it child friendly. You know, it's Jack Black from the Minecraft movie, guys. So.
So the game got released.
And the game got released.
It looked like a flaming pile of shit. And here comes the lawsuits.
Oh, let's go.
So, because of what we were able to dig up, we believe, the Gearbox had been moving, the team members and resources off of Colonial Marines and Duke Nukem to pump money to Borderlands 2. And while this was happening, they were still getting payments from Sega to work on the game. Like Sega, hired an investigator to see, to see what was going on, and he was the one to confirm this, confirm the misconduct happening. So, upon this, Sega tried to cancel Colonial Marines and pull out. Because they're pumping their money into something that's being used on a game that they're not even publishing. So there's layoffs. Gearbox is having layoffs. And once the outsourcing was revealed, Sega. So apparently Sega said that they denied the outsourcing, but there's also other sources that claim
that there was outsourcing.
Claim that Sega knew about the outsourcing, but because of them finally partly figuring out that money that was supposed to be for Colonial Marines was misappropriated for other things. They then started going after the outsourcing, that started using that as a case against Gearbox for the game being in such a state as it was. And then you got the lawsuits from players, because that was where the demos from E3, the actual gameplay as advertised by Gearbox CEO Randall Pitchford III.
Randall Pitchford III.
Was supposed to was supposed to look like what we saw in E3. It was supposed to have the graphical fidelity, the artificial intelligence, and all the levels that we did not see in the game upon release. And initially during this time, Sega was like, okay, we'll settle the lawsuits for this. And obviously, Sega is like, we'll settle this, but we want to deny that we had no part in this.
Mm.
Gearbox, however, just try to file a request to have the claim drop. Because that's what an innocent company would try to do. Completely avoid any responsibility that the game that they released is a steaming pile of shit.
Let's go home.
And then they claim that Sega wasn't giving them enough money. They had to use their own. They had to use the money that they had on staff to help finish the game. They didn't get any royalties from the sale. And you know what's the worst thing about this, Chingus? Randy said he lost from between 10 and 15 million of his own money because of this.
Oh wow! I feel so bad for Mr. Randy Pregnant Woman Porn Pitchford. What a shame. No, how will he be able to fund his hobby now of pregnant woman porn?
How would he be able to buy the food for his children, or wear stupid glasses like this?
You think Randy used the money from Colonial Marines for his medieval dinner time?
I would actually love to believe yes.
Randy, how does medieval times dinner supposed to help, development of this game? Just trust me, it will. It will.
You see Changos says that this poor, struggling developer here is not going to have enough money to get Battleborn out.
Wait, was he behind Battleborn?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, wow. That's... Wow, that's amazing. Wait, hold on. What's up? Battleborn. Oh my gosh, it's Gearbox. Wow. Wow. How much money did Randy lose with his failed hero shooter?
I don't know. I think probably a lot of money. I also remember, Chingus, this is the game that wanted it to be so much like Overwatch, it tried to make its own porn. And knowing Randy, he probably was in for it.
No. What a shame Battleborn failed. Now how will Randy fund his hobby of Battleborn pregnant porn? Gosh. What does Randy even do now?
He's still CEO of Gearbox.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Okay then. Just...
Well, I also want to post this picture.
Okay.
Dear God. Dear God, he's so greasy.
But he's got the badass sunglasses though. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, this dude likes his pregnant woman, huh? Now, who do you think likes pregnant woman more, Randy or or James Cameron? James Cameron recently seems to really appreciate the pregnant woman.
The fucking Like just the descriptions on the Wikipedia, like the fucking, she still hasn't given birth yet.
The pregnant the pregnant monkey is gonna be in the third Avatar movie, Nick. Aren't you excited?
No.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm not sure. I want to look up something. How? Because I got a Colonial Marines on like Steam. How much was that? How much was it? I think Colonial Marines.
I thought you were gonna look at how much was the Borderlands movie.
Well, I mean, I can look that up as well. Hold on. I could do two things. Borderlands movie budget. About 110 to 120 million dollars. Hold on. And how much did this fucking atrocity make? How much did it make? 33 million worldwide. Oh. Gosh, no. How will Randy afford his pregnant woman porn now? Gosh. My goodness. Okay, let's see here. Alien Colonial Marines. On Steam. There's the Alien and Colonial Marines collection, which just includes all the DLC stuff. $30. It's $30. Hold up. Recent reviews in the last 30 days, very positive. Hold on. Oh, it's just because people are talking about... some of these reviews is straight up just saying, hey man, that mod I downloaded really does this game wonders.
Changus.
Yes. Yes.
One of the reasons why the game was unplayable for the longest time was due to the letter A.
The letter A.
Or I. It was a letter. I can't remember if it was A or I. AI.
AI.
Maybe it was just, or maybe it was T. I don't know. Point is, letter. Chase, the reason why the Xenomorphs are so buggy is because one of the codes on the fucking like final project just had an extra letter on it, and that fucked everything up.
Let's go.
Man, I can't believe Randy pitched for 50% of the work.
Not only was it just a letter, it was years until people actually dug in and found out about it.
One of the positive reviews in the last 24 hours, well, no, 29 hours, says enemy AI is a joke, but a very funny joke. It's likely you've already guessed the full storyline too, but I have to say, it's incredibly fun to play. Multiplayer is Dead Souls only campaign and co-op. Still worth $30 though, full price. Just have fun. That's right. Just have fun, not. Just have fun.
Chill.
Just ignore the pregnant woman porn. Just have fun. Cough up to $30.
Yeah, I gotta pay $30 for what? You know, for what Randy calls a 5 or 6 out of 10 game for his porn collection.
Last 21 hours. I very much enjoyed this game for all its potential. Though there's a tons of bugs or problems that should be fixed, it's a great game made in 2012. The ending did feel rushed, but the game was cheap. $30 is cheap for you?
Oh, remember, Changus, this game goes on sale like multiple times.
Oh, you know what? We probably got probably got on sale then. So.
Yeah, like we probably when you and I probably got it, we probably got it when it was like $2.
Ah, okay. To people who said the game was terrible, have you played this game on Ultimate Badass with a friend? Yes!
It's borderline unplayable. Ultimate Badass.
I love these recent very positive reviews. Of course. Wow. If I gave you $30 not to then spend on this game, would you do so?
No, Chingus. I'll tell you what that $30 is better used for. Like, it's probably better used for, like, you know, getting Rebellion's Alien vs. Predator game. It's probably better used for getting the getting Monolith's Alien vs. Predator 2 game. Hell, that $30 $30 price probably would get you, you know, the game and all its DLCs for the game that was, you know, the game that came out that was supposed to be, you know, the apology for this game, Alien Isolation. I probably get like Alien Isolation, you know. I don't know if it's on sale, but like, you know, the base game and the DLCs for $30 less.
Let's actually look it up. Alien Isolation. Let's just do Steam for now, cause base game is still $40, but the collection, Alien Isolation collection, is 44% off. So it's like just a little under $50. So there's that. Oh, but I could get the Alien bundle alongside Alien vs. Predator and Colonial Marines for $84.57. Actually, let's see. How much is Alien vs. Predator collection? $23.99. The base Alien vs. Predator game by Rebellion is $15. That's actually not too bad. Actually, $15. Wow. That's actually not that bad. So $15 I could get Aliens vs. Predator. Hell yeah. And for $40 I could get Alien Isolation. And then I could maybe I'll go back to Alien Isolation. I'm just gonna have to put it on like easy mode. I screwed myself over.
Well, we just need to download a mod, because like the problem with Alien Isolation is you know, Creative Assembly, you know, they're known for like making games that are not like Alien Isolation. So like the AI, while it is intelligent, it's also kind of wonky in that like it never leaves your side like once, so it keeps going in and out of vents simultaneously for no real reason, and this is a problem that affects all the difficulties except for the very hardest one, Survivor. So like there is a mod that kind of helps, you know, adjust the AI to stop, you know, to kind of spread out. It's because one of the major problems, I should tell you this, one of the major problems with the AI is that in the base game, it's kind of scared to the AI is very scared to go beyond your general area.
Mm.
So it sticks so close to you because that's part of its program. So that's why it's constantly getting into event, like walking a few steps and then coming out of event, getting back into that event, walking a few steps, coming out of the same event. It's because on lower difficulties it gets really scared to go off on its own. But that's not a problem on survivor mode, where like the alien is going through its full range of like things where it's stalking other, it's going into other rooms to investigate other noises. So like the problem, James, really is just the AI, for as good as it is does suffer from some bugs.
Okay.
So we do need to get a mod to like to smooth out some of the bugs and then get the alien working as it working completely flawless.
Okay. All right then. What time is it, by the way? Oh wow, 11:56. It's almost midnight. Okay. All right then. That's fine. I don't know. Unless you got anything else you want to say about Mr. Pitchford and Marines of Colonials, I'll probably end it here.
Nah, I think this horse is done with its beating. You should send it to the glue factory.
All right. Well, I guess we're gonna end things here. All right. Oh, look at that. Everyone pretty much went to bed by now. That's fine. All right. Either way, thank you everyone who came. Thanks for watching and replays. I gotta use the restroom actually, so I gotta do that afterwards. I'll see you all later. Good night.